who was like very against Trump, who went into a deep dive about USAID, who did a good job of like exposing them. She goes by the name Shoe on Head on YouTube. So give that a look. It's her most recent video. And again, she is someone who is very...
Does she post anything at all? Does she post anything at all that they do that's good?
What? Say what?
You said she posts all of the things that USAID is doing that's corrupt and wrong. I'm asking you, does she post anything that they do good at all?
Well, their focus on this video was just exposing the corruption, so she didn't do that in that video. Yeah. I'm sure if you wanted her to go over the entire thing, she'd be like, well, with respect, they did do this. But here's one thing USAID does a lot. A lot of times when they help out, quote unquote, help out other countries, what they'll do is they only hire American companies to get the contracts that, quote unquote, help these countries out. There have been I think it was Haiti, where they were supposed to build the new Haitian government building, and they left it in just unusable, and mostly just with the framework up. They didn't even finish the project, and most of the money went directly to a company out of Washington.
Yeah, but I don't get it. And by the way, what is the name of the woman? Somebody in the audience. What is the name of the woman that did this report you're talking about again?
She goes by the name Shoe on Head. That's her username. Her real name is June.
I'm not gonna be able to. How the hell you spell that?
Oh, just all one word. Just Shoe on Head.
Oh, shoe on. Oh my God! What is she? George W. Bush getting a shoe thrown at her? By the way, your guy Nick. What is that reporter name? Nick something. Wasn't that you told me to watch him? Nick
Shirley.
Yeah, he's great. I've been watching. He is really good now. He leans right, but. That young guy is...
But he's honest about it. He lets you know he's biased.
Yeah, he's pretty biased. But I mean, the fact that he's gotten to interview Trump, he's been down to El Salvador and gotten to interview them about CCON and hung out with... I mean, it's amazing that all of the access that young man has gotten. So I've been watching a lot of his videos. Yeah, that's incredible that he's gotten that. And he was standing right next to the CNN reporter when Trump talked to Caitlin Collins of CNN when she was in the White House the other day, and Trump just trashed her and let his spokeswoman and let all of them just trash her as well. He was standing right next to her. That was crazy that he was there.
Yeah. Personally, I just wish he would do a little bit more with his fashion. I wish he would go a little more professional. Like when he was at the White House, I wish he would have worn a suit. You know what I mean?
He did. Well, he did wear a suit.
He did.
Yeah, he had a suit on. Yeah, he had a suit on. Like I said, I watch him, but. But just to get back to the topic, because everybody else don't know what the hell we're talking about. Other thing I wanted to point out, there is a video floating around of Shaquille O'Neal giving a hug to President Trump. Now, what is your opinion on? What's your opinion on this? Because you know how the black community is already tearing into Shaq.
Yeah, well, here's the thing: who wouldn't want a Shaq attack? Who wouldn't want a hug from Shaq? He's basically...
but we're not talking about Trump. Trump would take a hug from any well-known black person and say he liked black people. We're talking about from Shaq's standpoint. Because Shaq got a huge fan base himself. Is it wrong to, I know it rhymes, to attack Shaq because he hugged President Trump? And by the way, this is something that Shaq himself initiated.
I don't think it's wrong to criticize him. I think you criticize anybody. I think what would be wrong if people said, Shaq's not allowed to have an opinion. I am the liberal. I'll tell you what to do. Blah, 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 blah. Shut up. Everyone's allowed to have an opinion. And here's the thing. I will say, Shaq liking Trump doesn't make Trump more right or more wrong. I do get a little bit annoyed when some annoying celebrity gets up and says, I endorse this candidate. I used to play guitar in front of thousands of people, so my opinion matters. Oh, I was in this really well-known movie. Shut up. No, nobody cares.
Yeah, but I mean, okay.
Yeah, people want to have whatever they want.
Yeah, but
they want to like whoever they want.
Yeah, but we know that the black community in particular, certainly the community that Shaq would have came from, are very anti-Trump. And that's a large portion of Shaq's fan base. Do you see where, perhaps he is isolating himself from his fan base by doing this?
I think he could. But I think you'll get more respect from people who are your real fans. Because here's the thing, Tim. Let's think about that. Let's think about it like this. If all of a sudden, and let's say you went for a candidate, like, I don't know, you're still a liberal, okay? But you voted for a candidate like Tulsi Gabbard, or because you thought she was principled or whatever,
okay.
right?
Okay.
And everyone came out against you and was like, you deserve to have your black card taken away. Are those really people who are your fans? What? Melanin your skin?
Well, listen, it would depend on what Tulsi Gabbard did. I mean, a lot of folks in the black community believe like affirmative action, DEI, removing a lot of black history from a lot of federal, statues and things like, or federal institutions and things like that. A lot of black folks believe that what Trump is doing is anti-black. If Tulsi Gabbard did that, and I supported Tulsi Gabbard, I would probably have to explain, but listen, I think she's good for the economy. I know that she fucked up over here. I would have to explain that. I mean, I think it is worthy. It would be worthy criticism.
That's fair. If you're like legitimately anti-black, yeah, I would look at you a little cross-eyed, like, excuse me, sir, but do you own a mirror? I would look at you a little cross-eyed. Yeah. But here's the thing. I don't think that Trump is actually anti-black. I really don't. I think he's lack of merits. Like, sorry.
Wait, hold on. I'm not even on here suggesting he's anti-black. We'll get to that. But when you say he's anti-lack of merit, you believe his cabinet is loaded with people with high merit? You think Pete Hegseth has merit? Really?
Pete Hegseth was bad. Pete Hegseth was a badass special forces dude. Okay? That dude knows what he's fucking doing.
But hold on. Being a badass special forces dude does not necessarily mean you have the quality to be leadership, to be in an administrative position. You might be really good at hitting the target, but that don't mean you're a good leader.
Yeah, but I think if I'm not mistaken, I think he was an NCO. I might be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure he was a non-commissioned officer.
I heard he was a major or something like that. But I mean, in terms of
involves a lot of administration.
Yeah, but in terms of widespread leadership, he only had a small. I mean, he didn't have anywhere near the leadership. If you look at all of the folks that led the Department of Defense before Hegseth, his resume is probably the lightest in our whole life. He probably got the least amount on his resume in our entire lives out of any of the other DOD people.
Yeah, well, have you ever seen a show called Generation Kill?
No.
Good HBO show. It shows that a lot of times leadership doesn't know what they're fucking doing.
But you said merit, though. If you walk in the door with Hegseth's resume for that job, he doesn't have the merit compared to all of the previous people who did it. He may turn out to be great. I mean, you got a lot of folks that went into the NBA coming straight out of high school that turned out to be better than people who did all their years of college. But his resume, starting out, Hegseth's resume, was paltry compared to all of his predecessors.
I don't know if that's 100% true.
Well, okay, let's move on to Kennedy. You think Kennedy has the resume to be head of HHS, Health and Human Services?
I think he was a little bit of a weary candidate, but I like him.
That ain't what I'm asking you. You can love. Listen, I like my mom, but she don't have a resume to do that shit. I mean, I'm asking you, do you see him as having merit?
I think he might have been the one time where I'm like, that was a little questionable.
So I think that when he tried to put Herschel Walker as a senator in Georgia, did he have the merit?
Wait, hold on. I don't know much about Herschel Walker. I don't know.
That says a lot. I'm just surprised.
I can't comment on him because I don't know much about him.
Okay.
I wish I did.
Fair enough. I'm just surprised that you're seeing Trump as putting people in there with merit. I mean, didn't he have to fire his? Did he not have to fire just about his whole first administration?
Oh well, come on. Do you really want John Bolton in there?
Okay, so if he's putting in people, as you say, do you really want him in there? Then what makes you think he is a good selector of people with merit? If you are constantly firing people, listen, I was no fan of Bolton back in the days of, when he was on Fox and things like that. He leans right. He just happened to have a clash with Trump, and the right is just trashing him. But Ambassador Bolton is a true committed conservative. He is. You guys have trashed a lot of true conservatives just because they had a clash with Trump. But I mean,
well, he was a neocon, if we're being honest.
Meaning what?
He wasn't neocon. Yeah, he was like a neoconservative. So like a total war hawk.
Isn't that what most of the right is? I mean, isn't Trump talking about bombing Iran? Trump is talking about bombing Iran if they don't come to the table. I mean, all of the right. You had George W. Bush, you had Ronald Reagan. Your party is quick to call war on people. I mean, Trump is talking about doing it right now. The guy who we didn't have any wars under Trump. He's threatening to bomb everybody now.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I think, he's not threatening to bomb everyone. He just wants to make it clear, hey, you're attacking us, Houthis. That ain't gonna fly.
He threatened to bomb Iran. Hold on. He's
basically giving the Houthis the Carmelo treatment.
No, he threatened to bomb Iran if they don't come to the table on a nuclear deal. We're not being attacked by Iran. He threatened to bomb them if they don't come to the table and talk.
That's news to me. This is the first time I heard that.
Really? Yeah,
I'm sorry. You know what? I'll go ahead and say that I should have known that. I should have known about this. I'm sorry. That's my fault.
Okay, fair enough. But I mean, he also threatened Panama with military force. He said military is not off the table in acquiring Greenland, and he even indicated it wasn't off the table in acquiring Canada. I mean, he's threatening to use the military in a bunch of places.
With Canada, I don't think he's going to want Canada. I think he just first off, it starts off as trolling, and then I think he also wants to just get better deals with Canada. Greenland, I think that he's more or less talking about, like, let's say a vote gets put in and Greenland votes. Now I know you're not going to say that they're going to vote for coming in, but let's say they do. Like let's say they actually vote to become part of the United States. He's basically saying, okay, if that's what happens and Denmark says, no, we didn't want you to, and we're going to go ahead and put the troops in there and be like, yeah, make us give it back.
Yeah, but here's what I don't get, and I hear this from MAGA a lot. He's joking, or as you just stated, he's just trolling. When you're threatening a friend, which is Canada, a long-term ally, threatening to take their nation and the military is not off the table, you refer to that as trolling. That's like if we're long-term friends and I walk up with a pistol and give me your money and actually muzzle you with it. That's not funny. I mean, that's not something you troll. You're threatening to potentially use the military against an ally on national TV, so all the citizens of Canada can see that. Yeah, that's on the same playing field. You're scaring the shit out of people.
I don't think he wants Canada. I genuinely don't believe he actually wants Canada. I think he wants better deals with Canada.
Just like your friend doesn't genuinely want to shoot you, but he's muzzling you. He's muzzling you. You're literally talking about leaving the military on the table. You're scaring the shit out of people.
Yeah. Trump, I will be honest, he is probably one of the greatest trolls of all time.
Yeah. You call it, you think that's great? You think that's a good thing to do? You favor that?
I wish he was a little more serious at times. I really wish he was. But here's the thing. I don't think it's the worst thing ever. I think that, first off, a lot of Canadians for years have been kind of making that joke sadly to themselves that we're basically America 2.0. Like, I've known a lot of Canadians because Canada depends so heavily on America economically, and a lot even though they try to create their own culture up there, which I'm really proud of them for doing. A lot of their culture is actually American culture that's been exported through television, radio.
That's going to change. That's probably going to change coming up with this crap.
I know. Which, hey, you know what? I like 3 Days Grace. They're a great band. And okay, I'd like to see some more Canadian in culture.
Before this shit is over, we may have a line like the 38th parallel separating the two North Koreas, or the two Koreas rather. Trump is working on making these.
That's a little extreme. Come on, let's
I was just trolling you. How does it sound now? I was just trolling you. That's what we're talking about. It's not cool to say that shit.
Yeah, well, I know. Well, Okay.
Exactly. You're getting the point now.
You got me.
You're getting the point. You don't make jokes like that. That stuff's not cool.
So, come on. The 51st state is still funny. It's
To who?
funny.
To who?
I've heard Canadians laugh about it. I've talked to Canadians.
You could talk to some Americans about taking the life of Trump and they would laugh too. You think that's cool?
It could be depending on how they say it, but I would say, like, it's probably not a good idea. It's probably not a good idea.
My sentiments exactly. It's probably not a good idea to refer to Canada as a 51st state. It's probably not a good idea.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Right.
Look. Let's just hope. Hey, I think we can agree on this. Let's hope that whatever happens, no matter what, we don't end up in some kind of trade. Canada and the United States come to a trade agreement and that's favorable for both countries, and things calm down. I think that would be nice. I think that.
I don't think that's. I would hope the same thing as you. I do got to move it on, Jeremy, but I'll say this: I don't think any of that stuff's going to happen as long as Trump is constantly, trolling people with these really bad jokes. I mean, when you start calling their prime minister governor, I mean, the disrespect is off the chain. I mean, and I'll tell you this before I let you go. Do you think that Trump would take lightly if the Prime Minister of Canada was disrespecting him like that, in our country like that?
I don't think he would, but I think that's because Trump has too big of an ego. I think that.
What about America? What about America? Would we take it as lightly if Canada was talking about, potentially taking us over and making us one of their providences? Would we take it lightly?
I think we would troll them back. I think we'd be like, yeah, you and one fucking army guy.
Right.
Because let's be honest, they're puny compared to us. Okay? Now, I love my Canadians. I love them. Okay? And they're hilarious jackets. And they're Cobra chickens, as we like to call their geese. Those things are vicious, by the way. Canadian geese. I love Canadians, but yeah, no, we would troll them so hard. We'd be making jokes about them throwing Molotov cocktails in the form of like maple syrup bottles, things like that.
And that's not gonna help any long-lasting friendship. You'd admit that, right?
Okay, you got me there.
All right.
I'll give you that.
All right, Jeremy. It's like pulling teeth with you, but I always love talking to you. Appreciate it.
All right.
All right.
Have fun with gangster grandma yelling at you.
Bye. All right, moving on with the program. But don't it feel pretty good to have a president that is trying to America first? MC Shelley or Mick Shelley. I don't know when you say America first. I haven't seen that. I'm just gonna be honest with you. And I lean left, but I don't lean so fucking left that I can't get Trump credit where I think he deserves credit. When we talk about a president that's, trying to be America first, other than what he's telling you, I mean, give me some examples. You're finding waste, fraud, and abuse. Okay, have you seen any proof of that? I mean, a lot of the things that we're giving Trump credit for in regards to being America first, the accomplishments that he's doing is solely based on what he's telling you. There's a whole lot of things that Elon Musk claimed to have found that just simply did not happen. I mean, so I'm fine if he is doing things for America first, but I have to actually see the receipts from it. It can't just be something he's telling us, such as let's stop sending money to the Ukraine and start taking care of American citizens. We stopped sending money to the Ukraine on day one. I haven't even heard him talk shit about taking care of American citizens at all, in any way, fashion, or form. In fact, Americans are getting fired. Entitlement programs are being suspended, if not ended. I'm not hearing the part about taking care of America first. I'm not hearing it. So until I hear it, I can't give him credit for it. I know if you lean right, if you are MAGA, you just assume it's going to happen and you're giving them credit proactively. I got to see it. And when I see it, I won't deny giving the guy credit. Moving on with the program, though, and taking care of themselves first, rather, says Debo. Yeah, and I will say this. When you got people being fired, when you got the threat of tariffs raising the price of American goods and services, the price of eggs is not exactly where we want it to be. The price of fuel is not exactly where we want it to be. Americans are still hurting. And then you got Trump on television with Charles Schwab bragging about how he made $2 billion in one day. Yeah, it does look like they're kind of taking care of each other in that room first. It does look that way. He's on TV telling people to purchase a Tesla. The world's most richest man owns Tesla. Why don't you go to one of those farmers that is struggling and say, why don't some of these other countries purchase some of his soybean? That would be more like taking care of Americans. So I do agree with that it looks more like they're taking care of the inner circle. Apple gets the tariffs removed from them because the CEO of Apple gave Trump campaign $1 million. So he passes tariffs, but says we're going to exclude it for certain products, and those are the type of products that Apple makes money off of. But the small business owner doesn't get any kind of exclusion at all because he didn't donate $1 million to Trump's campaign. It does look like they're taking care of each other. I have to tell you my NGA, but you don't know what the hell you're talking about, says my. Come on up on the program. You can correct me. Let me make something clear before I take the next caller. The host of this program is not a know-it-all. I am, as I say on every show, MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. You don't have to be leaning left, leaning right. Doesn't matter what. We go left from Bernie Sanders to I'm having a dinner with Q. You can be critical of anyone on the program, including yours truly. That's how free speech works. You think the host don't know what the fuck he's talking about? Come in the box, correct me if you make a good point. If we in the audience can see it, I'll concede that. No, we're not a know-it-all here. We're not. So understand that. But you certainly have to expect to be challenged when you make a statement like that. Going back to the box, which is, we'll go to the one and only, Mick Shelley. All right. Called him up. He came up. Appreciate that. Mick Shelley, good evening. Welcome to the program. I believe that's who was just criticizing me. Mick Shelley, good evening.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anytime. So what am I getting wrong?
Well, I think a lot of this is just that you see a lot of things happening in the government right now, and it's going to take time for the benefits and for United States to reap the benefits of what Trump is doing right now. A lot of things are going on. Canada has made fun of a lot of different aspects of the United States. A lot of these countries that have been getting a lot of money from us in some of these programs that we say that we need, we don't know where all the money's going, and we need to start figuring out how much of that money is actually going to where it's being needed and where it's going as kickbacks back to our own politicians.
Okay.
You're right. I think the veterans need help. I think a lot of people right now are hurting. Egg prices have not gone down. I live in the Chicagoland area. Gas prices are still up. Egg prices are still up. So a lot of this talk is a lot of hot air.
Okay, let me interrupt. I'm going to give you. Hold on. Let me because you said a lot. I'm going to give you plenty of time to get your point across. But right off the bat, you said a lot is happening, and we need to have time for America to reap the benefits. All right, how do you know for certain those benefits are going to be realized? I mean, you're 100% certain that we're going to come out on top on this?
Well, it gets to the point where it looks better than what it did last year.
Based on what? What is looking better?
Things that have happened aren't.
What is looking better this year than last year? What are you seeing that's looking better?
Again, it has to do with a lot of the policies that were being placed. And yeah, you're right. Some of these things that have happened, I've never agreed.
Give me some of the policies. What policies are you?
I don't like big corporate.
What policies are you referring to?
Well, again, when you stop a lot of these foreign countries shipping in their product into our country and overflowing the market with products that aren't as good and made at a lot cheaper cost, it hurts our economy. A lot of people say, no, it betters the economy because you could get product at a cheaper cost. But again, the cars are being made the grade of, if you buy a product from China, say, okay, you buy something mechanical from China or Japan, steel. Their grade of steel, they say, is better than our grade of steel. And it's been tested, and there isn't no better than United States steel. Our steel is better. There's a couple of bridges that fell, and if you go back and look at the history of those bridges and where that steel came from, it came from foreign countries. that steel was shipped into this country, and then it was used for bridges. And that's where I think a lot of the problem is that people don't realize that there is still good product made here, and it is a little bit more expensive, but you got to weigh the balance of the cost.
Well, when you say there,
back into this country,
when you say there's good product made here, many would suggest that foreign vehicles like Nissans and things like that run way more efficient and longer than American-made vehicles. I mean, Americans have a choice. We don't have to buy foreign vehicles. Americans choose to do that. So a lot of Americans believe that a lot of foreign-made cars are better than ours.
and I agree with that. You again, it's just like your phone service, your cable service, your what type of phone you use. Some people say an iPhone is better than a Samsung. You know, you look at it. I have an F-150, a 2010 F-150, 189,000 miles on it. I think it still runs great. Okay.
But you're saying that American made products are better, but I'm submitting to you that even a lot of Americans don't agree with that.
And that's their choice. That's the best part about it. But if you're taking all the manufacturing away from America, then you can't judge that as being a fully, like the cars. A lot of these cars, if you get into a Chrysler, what is wrong with the Chrysler? A lot of times it's electrical components. Where are those components made? They're not made in the United States. They're shipped here. Just like back when COVID was going on, a lot of the transducers, a lot of the chips that were in these vehicles, we couldn't get them because they were made across the ocean. Well, if that factory is made here, if that product is made here because that factory is here, wouldn't that benefit our cars better?
Here's what I don't get is we're blaming China and all these countries for imports. China didn't force us to build manufacturing plants over there and take our jobs from America. We're blaming China for something that Americans did. There were Americans in this country that want. So why do we not hear that coming from the Trump administration? Our whole issue with manufacturing being sent to China is something that was perpetrated by wealthy Americans that did not want to pay you or I a decent salary. All China did was say, well, if you're going to give us the opportunity, we'll take it. But we're blaming them like they did it. It's Americans that wanted to get richer to not have to pay you what the labor law might require them they pay you and pay some kid $1 an hour. And China just said, well, if you're going to give us the job, we'll take it. It's not China's fault.
100% agree. 100%. I'm not blaming China as a country. I'm blaming the situation. You can't blame. There's a lot of things that go on that the last 7 administrations did, all the way back to Carter. Some of the policies that he passed started this whole.
So what is Trump doing?
The ideal got into everybody's head.
So what I'm saying is I don't see what Trump is doing to prevent Americans from doing that again in the future. I mean, if he imposes tariffs on China and they impose them back on us, and by the way, he's threatening in 90 days he's going to impose tariffs on the entire world. You think America's going to come out on top if we impose all of these tariffs on just about every country in the free world and some countries that do not even have citizens? You think this is a good idea? And as you say, in time, we'll reap the benefits?
Again, everything is based on what's happening right now. And yes, the discussions that are having, Trump is putting a lot of things out there like a poker player.
Why would he?
He's saying that he's got the aces in his hand.
Why would he impose tariffs on countries that do not have any citizens? How do we benefit from that in the future?
Well, the thing of it is that you have countries that will accept product into their country, rewrap it, and put it underneath their country's label, and then send it to the United States, and they don't get charged of the tariffs. So what you have to do is make sure that you're going across the board and making sure that doesn't happen. Just like there's certain ships on the sea that they will change their flag and fly under a different flag so they don't have to pay tariffs, or they don't have to pay the emissions that it costs in the shipping business.
What?
So that's the problem is that when when globalization came to business, a lot of this stuff wasn't discussed by people that had the common man involved. They didn't think about the guy that works 9 to 5. They were thinking about their profit. They want to make 200% profit on everything that they do. And that's one of the big problems, is that those big rich people are the ones that are making the rules.
Why no?
Again, it's not going to fix overnight.
Why no tariffs on Russia?
Again, we got to wait and see if that's going to become a situation where it will soon rise. What kind of products come out of Russia besides food? And we don't know the level of tariffs. I think they were going after the top countries where they knew.
No, wait. They're going after countries like Madagascar, and they're putting tariffs on Ethiopia. They're not going after just the top countries. Trump put tariffs on damn near everybody, and for some reason Russia's not in there. Russia exports a lot of energy. I don't understand why Russia got a pass and all these other countries, including their allies, got these huge tariffs.
Again, we have this ideal that we need to break away from Russia on everything, and we do. There's a lot of things that we do need to understand, that Russia is not a partner. Nobody in this world is a partner. You're just doing business with them. You come in with an open mind.
Mike,
you cannot just walk in there and say everybody is your ally. Just like you can't walk into a room and say everybody is your enemy. You got to make sure that you go in with the right mindset and respect everybody. Canada is right next door to us. We do a lot for them, and they do things for us. But again, when you start talking about some of these products that are used every day, and they don't tariff other countries like they tariff us. Now, again, when it came to the whole COVID thing, the mask, a lot of the products that were made overseas, when they were coming to the United States, they were taxed the hell out of them. Now, who was getting that tax money? Was it actually going back to the country that was taxing us, or was it kickbacks that our government was looking for the best common?
What you're saying almost sounds like it's encrypted. Here's it. Based on our conversation we've had so far, it just seems to me like what you're doing is you have hope that what Trump is doing will turn out right. It's not based on any. You don't even necessarily sound confident. You're confident in Trump. You're confident that because I don't believe that if Biden was doing the same thing, you would have this level of confidence. I think you're more confident in the man than what the man is doing. And because the man is made, because here's the issue. Trump, what he did on day one changed on day two, changed by the end of the weekend. He put tariffs on, he moved the numbers around, he imposed a 90-day suspension. How could you feel confident this stuff is going to work when we don't even know what it is from day to day?
You're right about that. And just like, again, every person that comes in, because you are an American, you do want to have hope. That's one of the best things that we can have in this country. There's a lot of people living in other countries that can't even, it doesn't matter who gets into power, they don't have that hope or that ability to even think about it because it's so messed up. But again, if you give it time, and I'm going to hold him above the last president because he did run his mouth, and he has run his mouth saying that he's American first. And if it doesn't start happening, we got the midterms. We'll start voting these Republican senators and representatives out of office, and we'll start voting for other people. And then by the 4 years, when he says, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that, no, get your walking papers and leave.
All right.
I got the part about it is that, you know.
All right, I do got to move it on, but real quick, real quick before I move it on, you do favor the making fun of Canada and calling the prime minister governor. You think that's okay?
I don't agree with all of it. I've said it before. This guy did not go to finishing school. He did not go to college. He is more of the common guy. If you talk to him, it's like talking to your basic New York guy, and I do have a problem with that. I think that there's a lot of times that he should have more respect in the things. But again, when you watch more and more news on the guy that he was talking about, this Trudeau and the other people up there in Canada, the barbs are going back and forth. The disrespect, people have lost so much disrespect over the last 10 to 15 years, and I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't a fight in the Senate. I mean, other things have happened in the Senate. We found out that someone was having sex in the Senate, in the halls, these great halls that they talk about that's supposed to have so much respect. But then during the state of the Congress speech, someone started yelling out things, and you know, so I agree with you. A certain level of respect should be due across the board to everybody, no matter what.
But it has to start. But Mick Shelley, it has to start from the top. Respect starts, leadership starts from the top. You can't expect the people at the bottom to respect him first, and then he says, well, if you respect me, then I respect. No, leadership starts from the top. And in terms of respect, in terms of unity, he's not leading for that. He's leading for division and disrespect.
Well, that's the thing, is that respect comes from everywhere.
No, it starts from the top. It starts from the top.
How many kids do you hear nowadays that go to school and say that the teacher needs to respect me? And the teacher does respect them and tries to teach them right, but then they next thing you know it, 2 weeks later they're punching the teacher in the face. You know, so I'm not saying it doesn't start from the top. Yeah, as the president of the free world in our country, he should have respect for other people. But again, this is the guy that has always been like this, that has never changed. Now you got politicians that are now sitting there giving interviews out and having these rallies, so-called rallies, and they've got mouths like a toilet trash trucker, and they're swearing now, and they're saying a lot of things, and
what are they gonna do?
About him are just as worse.
What are they gonna do? Be nice to him while he's trashing him? I mean, CNN can't even ask him a question without him attacking him on national TV. I mean, the CNN reporters are not attacking him when they're asking him questions. He's the one calling them stupid and dumb. I mean, you're not going to get any of the things you're talking about as long as the White House itself is doing all that stuff. I'll give you the last word. I do got to move it on, though.
I appreciate it very much. And again, it's going to be the debate until things really do change. And I'm glad that you're open-minded. I'm glad that you do see both sides and you try to have an honest conversation with everybody and try to figure out the best way to fix things. And we got to get our opinion out. And no matter what, we got to make sure that we start holding these politicians in a higher regard. And they got to come into office and realize that they got a short term and they need to get it done or get out.
All right.
No more lifelong politicians. We got to get on these people. We got to make sure that.
So you are against so you are against Trump's third term statement then, right? No more lifelong. You don't want Trump to go for a third term, correct?
100%.
All right. I mean, Shelley, look, we don't.
100%.
Appreciate it. We don't have to agree. You're always welcome back, man. I do appreciate you coming on. You said I didn't know what I was talking about. Spirited debate. Come on back through anytime, man. Thank you.
I really appreciate it. Thank you, too.
Anytime. All right, you too. All right, moving on with the program. I did want to respond to a couple of super chats. The man said I didn't know what I was talking about. So I did want to talk to him. And we don't agree. But like I said, folks, we like to have civilized dialogue. We certainly make that happen. Despite having a disagreement, I believe that can happen without all the name calling and things like that. He didn't necessarily agree with me, but my point is that name calling has to start from the top. You're not going to get the citizens to be unified with the top being so divisive. And it's got to get to a point where the president just says, fuck it, I'm going to be operating from a standpoint of unity, not constantly pointing to senators in Congress and saying, well, look at them. Kind of like a Marsha approach. No, it starts with you. It starts with, you can't be president of this nation, 350 million people, without getting attacked by a few people. That's going to happen. Every president before him has been attacked. And they didn't take on the stance, well, they're all attacking me, so I'm going to, no. So it has to start from the top. I don't think that's going to happen with Trump, but nevertheless, it is worthy of discussion. Real quick in the comments, Will G says Russia got a pass in regards to tariffs. Trump didn't put a tariff on Russia. Will G says Russia got a pass because Trump can't deport Putin's nuts out of his mouth. Oh my God. He can't deport Putin's nuts out of his mouth. China is going to win the tariff war because we don't produce the basic things people need. China does. We're all about oil and weapons. Well, they do need oil and weapons, and they certainly need weapons, but I do think that the Chinese have way more power than a lot of us in this country realize. I think folks are suggesting that if we wait it out, we can easily beat China. My stance, and I'll go to the next caller shortly, is the Chinese are used to being impoverished. They only recently, throughout the 2000s, became a nation where they had a decent middle class. Americans have been used to living a middle class lifestyle for a long time. I mean, just a little bit of an increase in the price of eggs, and we're crying out. A little bit of increase in the price of fuel, and we're crying. They can handle considerable more financial hardship, in my opinion, than Americans can. I don't think it has to move much in this country before there's protests and rioting in the street. Keep in mind, China's a dictatorship. They're not allowed to protest and riot in the street. So the idea that America's going to win a tariff war with a country that their leadership is not accountable to the people. If Xi Jinping does something that is not favorable to the people of China really have no voice. If Trump does something that is not favorable to the people of America, we have far more of a voice, at least right now, than the Chinese does. So Xi Jinping can wait it out. Also, Trump only has 3.5 years left. Xi Jinping will be in for life. I don't know why people think we're going to win this. I just don't. It doesn't make any sense. Xi Jinping is far more powerful in this particular conflict than Trump is. He can wait it out because he'll be there longer than Trump. His people don't have the power to speak up and rise up against him like Trump does. I just don't understand why people think that Trump would win this. And not to mention with Trump making enemies out of a whole lot of our allies, threatening NATO, making enemies out of Canada and all this. He's giving China other people to work with. So I don't understand why people think this is going to be a cakewalk for America. Other than Trump is telling folks, and like I told my last caller, a lot of people just have hope and trust in what Trump says to be true. Will G says, Trump's Solicitor General is going to argue in front of the SCOTUS that Trump can remove anyone at any time to anywhere for any reason. Damn. He's saying that Trump's Solicitor General is going to argue in front of the Supreme Court that Trump can remove anyone at any time to anywhere for any reason. Now, that would obviously include you and I, and that could literally be to any country. So if you want to deport an American to Russia, he's saying that they're going to try to argue that they have the right to do that. That's frightening. I really want you to be wrong on that, Will. I really want you to be wrong on that. The orange man is using executive orders for all, says Successful MD. There is no denying that Trump's primary method of operation is via executive order. I don't think that's it's even up for debate. How much has he done by way of Congress? It's how much policy has come out from the Republican side of the aisle by way of Congress. It's mostly all him signing and holding up an executive order he just signed. I mean, that is true. Before I go on to the next caller, Trump believes people's good faith is weakness. You give him an inch and he'll take a mile. You give him an offering and he will keep taking from you. I think the problem with that is our system was set up in a way that gives the president an inch. I mean, a lot of our systems by the founding fathers was set up on the honor system. And, what was it, the Joker that said it? Where did they get a load of me? I think when Trump came in, it was kind of Trump is pushing the envelope in ways, at least in my analysis, that the founding fathers never expected a president to do. I mean, he's doing things that they just did not expect the president would do. and they don't have any type of defense set up to prevent something that they never expected would happen. Going back to the box. By the way, I haven't asked you guys to tap the screen. If you will, tap the screen, get the likes on up. Let's see if we can pull out 30,000. There's certainly enough for you in here to probably make 40, but let your thumbs not be lazy. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. We'll go to one of my subscribers. That is Michael. Good evening, Mike. Welcome to the program. Now, my last caller said I'm getting a hell of a lot wrong, and Trump's tariffs are going to be the glory to be for this great country. I mean, listen, I don't get it right all the time, but the tariffs, it's going to be the light of day for all of us. What say you?
Well, because they're fishing, you know, they are fishing because this is not what they signed up for. But listen, Tim, they're not capable of coming to the conclusion that maybe they were wrong. That's not going to happen. MAGA is going to be MAGA. It doesn't matter what he does. I just don't remember them campaigning on it's going to take time. It's going to take months. It's going to take years.
What are you saying? That would have been the campaign. What are you saying? That would have been the campaign slogan, Trump 2024, it's going to take time?
It's going to take time, yeah.
I thought it was I'll fix it.
I don't remember that. I don't remember Make America Great in two years after I get in office. That's not what I remember. They're literally talking about giving up on the Ukraine conflict. We might just throw in the towel.
Yeah, I heard Marco Rubio said that if they don't come to a ceasefire within a matter of days, that we may just give up on it. Now, I'm assuming MAGA's favoring that. I'm assuming that most MAGA would agree with that, but that goes a long way from the I can end that war in 24 hours claim.
Right, because there weren't. Listen, I've been following your page for a while. I don't recall people coming up here and not supporting day one. He'll get it fixed. Day one, he'll get it fixed within 24 hours. I remember them praising and shouting that nonsense and rhetoric. But here we are, almost at 100 days, and now they're talking about just throwing in the towel and letting Russia have their will with Ukraine, and somehow that's supposed to be okay.
Yeah.
Well, now we're supposed to just accept this.
But that's what I said. But that's what I kind of say when I say there's the difference between Trump or better yet, MAGA versus a Republican is that I do believe MAGA is for the most part pro-Trump as opposed to Republicans have certain principles. Because if Trump says let's end this war no matter what, MAGA's going to fall in line behind that. If Trump says, look, forget them, let's move on, let's take care of America first and leave that war to them to dissolve between themselves, MAGA's going to say, okay, we're cool with that now. So I do believe that MAGA is going to go with what Trump says no matter what. Like my last caller kind of admitted, even though we had a big back and forth, he kind of admitted, I just have hope that what Trump is doing with the tariffs is going to turn out right.
But see, here's the thing. So now they're having hope. Now it's okay to have hope. See, this is the bullshit, though. Now it's okay to have hope. Now it's okay to give him time. Now all the things, Tim, now all of a sudden it's okay to recognize that I've been calling him mediocre, and I've been telling you that he's mediocre, and everything that we're seeing right now shows that other than lying, Trump is pretty miserable at anything that we could credit a president should have, a skill set. He's just not good.
Well,
he's just not good.
He has a great skill set in convincing the people that he's the right man for the job. He's better than Kamala Harris, I'll tell you that much, in Biden.
Well, according to them. But think about this. So Senator Van Hollen was able to go over to El Salvador
and meet with him,
sit down with this man, and meet with this man, but nobody else can do anything else. Yeah.
Not only did he sit down and meet with him, it seems like he probably is responsible for getting him taken out of maximum security and put in a better facility too.
That's what it's looking like, right? That's what it's looking like. But Trump, the Wizard of Oz, he couldn't do it. Right?
Well, Trump could,
do it.
But Trump is a master negotiator, Mike. I've said before that even MAGA does not. When Trump says that, look, we sent him to El Salvador, he's a citizen of El Salvador, there's nothing we can do to bring him back even if we wanted to. I said even MAGA don't believe it. And I've had Jeremy and MAGA reacts. All of them admit they don't believe that if Trump wanted to bring Abrego Garcia back, he couldn't do it. They all agree that Trump is just basically selling wolf tickets. He don't want to bring the guy back, and they believe that he doesn't deserve to be brought back, and we can debate that. But yeah, he's lying about the part about saying I couldn't bring him back even if I wanted to.
But then he doubles down. Then they double down. Not only do you say you don't want to bring him back, then you double down to show pictures of somebody else's hands on TV.
That was
you saw that, right?
I just saw it about 10 minutes. Yeah, I saw it on this ABC News tonight about 10 minutes before I came on live that Trump put a picture up there with what was supposed to be Albrego's knuckles with MS-13 gang sign tattoos on them, and it's clear that they've been superimposed. Yeah, I did see that. Wow.
And then they hold it. And here's the thing. But MAGA, I don't even have a problem because Trump is who he is. MAGA will look at that and forget that, like, if that was his hand, do you think we would be having this debate at all? Do you think that they wouldn't have shown, if those were his hands, there would be no debate. The judges would have never, ever deemed that he was not part of this MS-13, right? It's just crazy that people are taking this stuff and go, see, that's because they want to believe their own racist, bias, prejudice, bigotous behavior.
You know what I'm concerned with though, because MS-13 and Trinidad Agua, if I can pronounce it right, are not the only incredibly violent gangs in this country. I mean, let's be clear, gangs that have people that look like you and me, Crips, Bloods, GDs, BDs, Vice Lords. A lot of those gangs are very violent as well. And if you can convince people that gangs are so violent, you need to deport them to some max security prison based on your word alone. I don't think it would be hard to convince a whole lot of Americans that some of these, minority black street gangs deserve the same treatment. I don't think it would be hard. I think it would be the same folks that believe they need to be deported because they're in MS-13. I don't think it would be hard to convince a whole lot of them that a Crip or a Blood need to be put in maximum security prison just for being a Crip or a Blood as well.
Tim, I'm going to tell you where you're 1,000% right. Because they're not the party of law and order anymore. That's long gone. That's been out the window. They're a party of law and order against minorities, against those that don't look like them. They're a party of white men, white cisgender men only. And listen, they can deny it all they want to, but the proof is in the pudding. Because you let all the J6ers out and said that somehow the justice system, they were all tried, convicted, and sentenced. Just the justice system. They were all pardoned, and somehow that's okay. The same people that attacked the Capitol. But they were convicted. But now everyone else they're just going to assume that they're violent criminals. They're just going to assume that they're violent. Even when the proof isn't there. Well, they had to do something.
Just to give them a little bit of defense, they are getting people out of the country that are not legally, that do not have a legal right to be here. They are going after.
Huh? Let me ask you this, Tim. Let me ask you this. Would you stand on that? Would you stand that the people that have been deported up to this point, that have been deported out of this country up to this point, would you stand that there's evidence to show that all of those people have had due process, or their files would show you that they are not supposed to be here?
That's a good point. I guess I would retract that because they're doing it which is what Jeremy came on the program. He's MAGA and said they're moving so fast, and because there are no checks and balances. Yeah, I do believe they have deported people that had a legal right to be in this country. It wouldn't surprise me if they deported a few citizens. There's just no way to know. Because some of these folks, the only way they found out their relative was gone is because the president of El Salvador put that gloating video on TV of them coming in, and they saw the video of their loved ones. Otherwise, that would have just been a missing persons report of somebody who never was found again. So we don't even know who the people are in that facility. We don't even know who all of them are. They never released any type of inventory.
Right, and that's my point. So are you gonna trust the way they've been moving? Are you going to trust that they're doing the right thing? Can you honestly sit here and say that?
I want to.
The evidence in front of us does not, listen, The evidence in front of us does not tell me that they are, and they're doubling down by lying about what they're doing. Yeah. Even though they've admitted that there was an error, they're still holding up pictures saying that this man, Garcia, did all these things that he has not done, and they're still lying about it. The press secretary gets up every day and doubles down on what she doubled down on the day before. Yeah. Every single day.
To me, out of all of the, I mean, they got 200 and some odd people, 300 people or whatever they sent over there, and most Americans don't know who they are. I think they could have easily threw the American people a bone just to take one scandal off of them and brought this one dude back home. I mean, we would have still been crying out, well, who are the other people? But it wouldn't have looked as bad as this because we know who this guy is. And you can see from the information coming out from the Trump administration that this guy is nowhere near as bad as they're saying. I mean, if he was as bad as they're saying, they would be presenting a whole lot more than an accusation made by his wife of a fight they had back in 2021 or a few tattoos. I mean, you started out with rapists and murderers. I mean, there are so many American dudes that got domestic violence accusations made on them by chicks. I mean, that's kind of the go-to thing. If a woman hits a guy and the guy gets mad and shoves her and pushes her back, she calls the cops and says that he started it. I mean, that's like so common. So to go with that and bring that up, like, you know how many dudes watching this has had that happen to them? I'm not saying the guy is innocent, but without a conviction, that's just an accusation.
It's just an accusation. And the funny thing is, and I'll land my plane here. When the senator was sitting down with him, why did they keep him in his prison clothes? Why did they give him
a hat? They gave him a hat and everything.
Give him a hat to put on. Why did they? You see, and these are questions that I actually have because it doesn't make sense, right? It makes no sense. The senator went out there and they moved because he was present. They moved because those cameras are on. You got to ask yourself why. You know, at the end of the day, this is wrong. People are having no humanity, no civility, and then they want to act as if somehow we're supposed to just take it lying down and believe a known habitual liar. And that's just not, you know. But and listen, like I said, we're not going to change how MAGA feels about him. They love
some MAGA. I got MAGA on this program. Both Jeremy and even MAGA Reacts don't give a damn about the guy. We'll be bringing him up soon, but Jeremy doesn't favor it. He's MAGA. I mean, some of my MAGA viewers are like, look, this is a bit overboard. I mean, so
yeah, but they always have but they always have a huge but. And we weren't hearing none of that during the campaign. Jeremy, MAGA React, they were all saying day one. They were all talking about inflation and all of those things. You know, all of that stuff. It is not something that was on the table and now it is. And it's just sad because they want to be right so bad. They don't care about the law. They don't care about the Constitution.
Well, like my last caller said, they have more hope in Trump than they ever would have had in Biden and Kamala Harris. But before I move it on from you, I do want to ask you this before you get out of here. Shaquille O'Neal giving Trump a hug. Does that hurt his reputation, in your opinion, at all?
I think it will with some people. When you're in that space, I mean, what else is he supposed to do?
He walked up to wait a minute. He walked up to Trump, extended his hand, Trump shook it, and then he pulled Trump in for a hug. He didn't have to do all that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think he should. I mean, I wouldn't have, but that's just me. I mean, yeah, is it going to hurt his reputation? Yeah, it's going to hurt. It's going to sting a little bit. It's going to sting a little bit.
Is that wrong for it to hurt his reputation?
I don't know. Listen, at the end of the day, however people feel about it. Right? I mean, that's the beauty of this. If people feel that he's wrong for doing it like they did with Snoop and everybody else, then so be it. You know, at the end of the day, you take what comes with it.
Does it make the liberals look like snowflakes or petty to have that type of feeling?
No, I'm gonna tell you why it doesn't. Because if it's the same with Trump, you know, it's the same with Trump supporters. Everybody is so caught up into, you know, they call the libs snowflakes and all this. And crying and whining and all this stuff, but we're just pushing back on what's happening and what we see, you know. So and if Snoop gets punished by, I mean, if Shaq gets punished by this somehow in the public eye, then he has to deal with it. It's the board that they're playing on. It's the board that they're playing on. I mean, it's hard for Shaq to avoid somebody with his size and, you know, So I don't know, but it is what it is. I don't really. All I know is we got an idiot in the White House. We got somebody that is truly trying to destroy this country, tear this country down. We have people that just want to just push it along like it's not a big deal, and it is a big deal. And by the way, this is the last thing I'm going to tell. So here's China winning this tariff war again. Here's China targeting tariffs towards red states again, like they did the first time. Right now, here's the thing. Think about that.
They know who they're hurting. They know who they're trying to hurt.
Yeah, they know who they're hurting. So, but what does that say? They're targeting red states. They're not targeting America as a whole. They're sending a profound message to us as Americans. Like, we see it, but at the end of the day, Americans are being hurt. And if they really gave a damn as a whole, they would just say that this is wrong and this is not right, and I didn't vote for harm, but they did vote for harm and they knew it. So ain't no going back now. But listen, China's going to win this because you said earlier the citizens in China don't have a voice.
Right. They don't have a voice, and Xi Jinping has a lot more than 3.5 years to wait it out. I don't see how America wins this.
You're damn right. I don't see how we win this, and they can spend it any way they want to. But this is not good. But this is what happens when you have incompetence at the highest level. I've been telling you these people are mediocre from the beginning, Tim. I've told you they're mediocre. I've been telling you that they don't know what they're doing, and it's showing full stop. They had to apologize again for the damn what did they send out? They sent out an email that they had to apologize. How many times can you make this many mistakes in less than 90 days?
What email? Wait. What email went out?
They sent something out. I don't have it in front of me. They just sent something out that they apologized about this morning. That they didn't mean for it to go out. And I'm going to have to look it up, and I'll actually put it in the comments.
All right.
They've had to apologize so many times in less than 90 days. This shit is ridiculous.
Well, they're doing a lot more. They're doing a lot more than Biden and Harris did in their first 100 days. So a few mistakes might get made.
It was the letter to Harvard. Thank you in the chat. It was the email that they sent out to Harvard. Now they're trying to say that was sent out in the air. They didn't make. How many times do you have to make? I mean, Tim, these are all. Listen, nothing has happened up to this point that was not self-inflicted. Tell me something that has happened since he's been in office that has not been self-inflicted.
I have to think about that one. Mike, I got to move on.
All right, bro.
All right. Appreciate it. Not self-inflicted. And by the way, I seen a comment earlier from Tim Bam 77 that made a hell of a lot of sense. I was talking about when we started talking about the idea that Abrego Garcia was accused of domestic violence by his wife, and I brought up the fact that a lot of men get accused of domestic violence, and that doesn't guarantee a damn thing. She wrote in there Andrew Tate, who we know is a big, a fan favorite of many on the right, and Andrew Tate's been accused of things that are far worse. I mean, he's in the P. Diddy, he's almost in the P. Diddy atmosphere. And yeah, the right is okay with him, not to mention, of course, Trump has been accused of some improprieties as well. So the idea that all of a sudden when Abrego is accused of something, it should stick, it does look hypocritical. It does look hypocritical because, like I said, a lot of men get accused of domestic violence. That is not uncommon for a woman to accuse a guy of domestic violence for some reason or another. The idea that Trump is trying to bring that up as a way to describe why they sent him to maximum security prison, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. The tattoo removal business, says Will G, will be in a boom. But Trump's reach for power and false accusations and pretense will surpass that. I meant to say this on the tattoo removal business. I have brought that up. The tattoo removal businesses in Hispanic areas gotta be seeing an uptick in business. Having tattoos as a brown person right now is not safe. It's not safe because you may not be in a gang, may not have it. You may despise him as 13. You may have never been around Trinidad Aragua. But all it takes is for somebody in government, somebody in, border security or ICE to think your tattoos mean something. And that's good enough. Because without due process, it ain't like you can get in court and explain that this tattoo was a tribute to your mom or something like that. Or here's a picture of my grandma. She has the other half of this on her forearm. You don't get a chance to explain any of that. Some officer says, yeah, I'll tell you that this is what they wear, and that's good enough. You're gone. So I would probably think that the tattoo removal business in Hispanic areas is probably seeing an uptick in business. I would also say this, and I know a lot of my beloved MAGA is not going to like this, but I'm going to, it's a free speech program. You can correct me any way you want to in the comments. If you think I'm full of shit, feel free to state that. We don't block, ban, or censor. It's all about free speech. But I'm going to tell you this. If you don't like brown people, it's a good time to become border security or ICE. You can live out a lot of your fantasies. You can ruin a lot of lives without any accountability. You can't quite just like shoot them, but you can do a lot of drastic things to the brown community right now without a lot of accountability. If you do not like that community, if you have hatred to that community, this is a good time to apply to ICE or to apply to immigration or any of those customs or any of those entities, because you can do so much to them. And now in the comments, Fila says you sold out. I'm not selling out, damn it. I'm telling you the truth. If it sounds like selling out, then so be it. But there are, listen, if you are a racist, I'm being just flat out, if you do not like the brown community, it's open season. You can pretty much get away with whatever you want. I'm not suggesting it's good. It's wrong as the days are long. But I'm being honest with you. Damn it. This is what free speech is about. You don't have to like the shit I say. I don't like all the damn things you guys say, but damn it, I'm going to let you speak, because that's how free speech works. You can assume there's a whole lot of people that are working for those organizations that do not like brown people and having a field day, because they're not going to be held accountable. In fact, it's a good chance you might get rewarded for kicking them out of the country. You may actually get rewarded for doing that. So yeah, I'm just being honest with you. If you are an intolerant person to brown people, it's a field day right now. Looking in the comments, Will G says, Trump and MAGA ain't shit. He says, ICE and the IRS to partner together to find and deport immigrants paying into the system. That is true. They are using the IRS to help track down immigrants. That is true. But they were just crying mad about Biden hiring 800 IRS agents. That is all true. But Trump is firing a bunch of the IRS agents anyway. So even though Biden put in a bunch of IRS agents, I don't know how many of them are going to be remaining. But I'll tell you this, with them firing a bunch of members of the IRS and the federal government in general, chances are if you're a little bit late on paying your taxes, it's probably not going to be too many people chasing after you. I'm not suggesting you do it, but with them firing so many people, it's a good chance that they're not going to have the manpower to really sweat you as hard. But here's what I thought before I go to the next column. When Biden hired all those IRS agents, I didn't know this was coming down the pipe. Nobody knew Trump was going to get elected, and even if he did get elected, nobody knew all of this stuff was going to be happening. He's went way further to the right than even he was campaigning on. But the IRS agents, Biden actually signed into law a 10-year extension on how long, what do they call it when you, statute of limitations. He extended the statute of limitations for 10 years, a whole decade, in regards to how long they had to go after fraudulent PPP loan recipients. So I think he did it in 2022. Maybe no, it might have been 24. I don't know, whatever year he did it in. So now they got up to 2032 or 2034, whatever year he did it in. So the statute of limitations of which they can actually prosecute you for receiving PPP loans during the pandemic, if you didn't have a right to receive them, they've been given an additional 10 years. He did that, and then right afterwards, he hired 800 IRS agents. That was, my belief was that those agents were going to start, because there's so many folks. If you live in the hood, you know people who got money that should not have gotten it. I know several people who got money that should not have gotten it. So that was my guess, is that, look, 7-8 years from now, somebody might show up to your door demanding that you pay all of that money back plus interest or face arrest. I mean, but now that Trump has done this with I don't know if that's going to happen as much anymore, but with so many minorities receiving that money, I don't think you should feel happy that Trump won. I do believe if Trump finds a way to come claiming that money from you, you're going to have to pay up. But 10 years, he extended it for 10 years. Anyway, looking in the comments, I haven't heard anything racist except shit coming from y'all in the comments, says DSW. I could play some clips for you. You know, people always say that. Well, look, listen, if you heard Biden say, vote for me or you ain't black and you believe that's racist, I could play some clips for you that Trump has said. Trump has said things that are at least suspect. And I've played them on the show many times, and people saw him and they're like, okay, I get it. But Trump has said and did things that are at least racially suspect. Will G says, Shaq hugging Trump maybe because it was a long-time friendship to Shaq. Trump really doesn't care because Shaq's shoe sizable overall size was a relic and piqued his interest. Well, Shaq walked up to Trump, extended his hand, and Shaquille O'Neal walked up to Trump, extended his hand. Trump shook his hand, and then Shaq also gave him an embrace. I'll see if I can find a quick clip before we go to the caller, but Shaq is the one that initiated that. It was not the president. Shaq did that, which is why some people are criticizing Shaquille O'Neal because he's the one that reached out to embrace Trump. I'll see if I can play it real quick. This is a video here. It's a real quick short. That was it. I mean, but Shaq leaned over. Shaq didn't have to do that. So Shaq reached out to him and they ended up in a quick embrace. So it's up to you how you view it. All right, looking in the comments, Latinos for Trump says Mudmaker. I'd be curious to know if the numbers of Latinos supporting Trump went up or went down. Going back to the box, I'm going to ask you to tap the screen, get us up to about 60,000. Certainly can do that. Show the program select. Good solid minute of tapping. You can make it happen if you will. Going back to the box, the one and only MAGA reacts. Good evening, MAGA.
Hey, what's up?
Not much at all, not much at all. So, you've heard a few things we were talking about, but one of the ones that, in regards to this whole Shaquille O'Neal thing, does it matter if a celebrity you respect, a celebrity you like, actually befriends the other side? Does that make a difference at all in your opinion of that celebrity?
No, it shouldn't.
Like Robert De Niro, for instance. I mean, he's a well-known, highly respected celebrity, got a heap of movies out that a lot of folks like, but he is very critical. Real talk, appreciate that galaxy. Thank you, wow. But he's very critical of Trump. Would you have lost any respect for Robert De Niro at all?
Yeah, I definitely lost respect for him.
Why?
I mean,
Why?
Well, it's one thing to be friends with a guy. It's another thing to be critical of him when you're just an actor. That's different. These are two different questions. And a lot of... Wait,
what do you mean? Wait. What? I don't get what you're saying. Whoa, real talk. Appreciate that. Damn. I don't get... What do you mean? You said it's two different things. Being friends as opposed to being critical, isn't they like polar opposites? They're kind of on the same playing field.
No, I mean, being friends is just being friends. You can be friends with anyone. You know, we're all human. Being critical of someone requires effort, requires to, like, actually hate the person and pay attention to the person and see what they're doing and criticize it. It takes work. Being friends with someone or just being nice and saying hi to someone is nothing compared to all
So
the
what about someone like... So what about someone like Kid Rock? When he criticizes liberals, do that make you lose respect for him because he's being critical of them?
He's not trying to be preachy, Kid Rock. He just tells you, like, how he feels. I think with De Niro is more preachy than anything.
How do you define preachy? Now you lose me. What do you mean by preachy?
What do you mean? He went out of his way to go to protest in front of the court when Trump was in New York for his court hearings, and he basically talks about how much he hates Trump every chance he gets.
Kid Rock literally took a long rifle and shot up some Bud Light cans to show his disagreement with transgender. You don't see that as being preachy?
That was just fun. I thought that was entertaining and fun, you know?
there's no hate in that.
You're shooting.
There was hate.
You're literally assassinating someone. You're assassinating someone's image, and that's what you call fun.
You're just shooting beer cans. That's what you do with a rifle.
With somebody's picture on it. Debo, thank you.
I didn't watch that, so I can't really comment too much on it. But you know, he was just having fun, and his issue, I think, was more with Bud Light than the actual guy. His issue is like Bud Light, you know, has a long-established base, and they're completely abandoning their base to pander to minority, to pander to trans.
You said it. Yeah, I mean, but it doesn't change the flavor of the beer, does it?
No, the issue isn't with the flavor of the beer. It's just the pandering. It's just if you don't do it right, you could get a lot of shit for it. And that goes for both sides. Pandering, like being unauthentic and pandering, is the most hated thing by both sides.
So I'm kind of thinking that you're disagreeing, but what you're saying almost sounds as though you do agree that if a celebrity endorses the other side, you can find yourself not liking that celebrity. I mean, you're referring to Robert De Niro as quote unquote preaching. What about Taylor Swift? Is she a preacher? I mean, she doesn't like J.D. Vance with the childless cat lady comment. She favored Kamala Harris. Was she preaching?
No, because she just said she didn't even preach anything. She just made like a couple of small tweets, and we made a huge deal out of them. But you know, Robert De Niro did a lot more than just one or two random tweets. He put in a lot of effort in trying to sway people, and that's the difference between him and like a Kid Rock or Taylor Swift.
What about Roseanne? What about Roseanne Barr? You know, she lost the television show. Was she preaching?
I don't remember Roseanne Barr. Like, I know she hates Trump, but
no, she loves Trump. She hates Democrats.
Sorry, I confused her with Rosie O'Donnell.
Okay, big difference. Don't be talking about Roseanne Barr from the Roseanne. You might be too young to remember. That's a television show from the '90s, and her dispute.
I know who Roseanne is. I was watching the show until they fired her.
Okay, was she?
I grew up on that show.
Was she preaching? I mean, how do you view her? She said all kinds of very critical things of Obama. I mean, she was, saying that some of his one of the black women on his administration looked like a monkey. I mean, she was saying all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, well, technically, she didn't say it looked like a monkey. She said it's Planet of the Apes. She made a planet, and she didn't even know the lady was black. And that lady
what?
It's not that hard.
What? She didn't know she was black, really?
She didn't look that black. I mean, I could see it. I could see her not thinking she was black. Like, her mistake, like, she doesn't look black. Like, some people are so light-skinned, you can't even tell they're black sometimes.
So she just decided out of the blue to tweet out that this woman she has no contact with looks like a member of the Planet of the Apes. For no reason at all.
No, she didn't say it looks like anything. She was making, like, the chaos of something. I don't remember all the details.
It was an attack. It was an attack on the Obama administration.
I forgot the context. Again, I hate keep saying it, but context matter.
What context would make you say that? What context would make you go to the Planet of the Apes?
I don't know. Like,
I don't either. I don't either.
I don't remember the context. If I remembered, I would tell you. I would answer that question. I just don't remember it off the top of my head right now. You're bringing up stuff from so long ago.
Okay, all right. I'll give you that. It's from a long time ago, but the idea that that there's some kind of context that's going to defend saying somebody looks like they're from the Planet of Apes is insane. I mean, that's clearly meant to be an insult. You don't attack somebody from the White House, from the presidential administration, and start talking about the Planet of the Apes, and you put that on a professional Twitter account when you are a well-known professional. The only reason you would do that is you're attacking that person.
I think it has something to do with Israel and something she did regarding Israel. It was like a pro-Israel thing that Roseanne was doing. But I forgot the details, like I said.
Okay.
And again,
by the way, I want you to see.
But
I want you to. Can you see that on my screen there? I just want to make sure you I want you to see this because you're telling me this.
That lady on the left looks black.
Yeah, you're telling me she don't. You're telling me that.
The stage is set once again.
Hold on a second. All of my equipment is going. You're telling me Valerie Jarrett, she said that about you. You're telling me that woman don't look black?
No. What about that woman that makes her look? No.
That looks like
She looks black to you?
Yes. That woman. Yes. That looks like a white woman to you.
She's not a white woman, but she's not black either.
She looks definitely like a light-skinned black woman. Are you kidding me?
Roseanne is not even that much lighter than her.
Talk about not having any association with anybody black.
That's not an easy one, man. I'm not, especially if you're like, that's not an easy one. Especially if you're working off memory. That she does not look like a black woman to me.
Oh my God! Maybe I see some
the black women, and that probably is why you're saying she looks black to you because you already know. But if you didn't know, no.
Well,
I don't know.
All right, so I'm assuming you must think Mariah Carey and Halle Berry look kind of white too. Then
Mariah Carey is white, isn't she? Halle Berry I know is black, but Mariah Carey.
Okay, all right. At least
what is Mariah Carey? Now you got me wondering.
At least when you said something like that, I guess I kind of got to defend you then. If you don't know that Mariah Carey is black, then maybe you don't know. Shit. Yeah, Mariah Carey she's biracial. Mariah Carey's biracial. And
well, that's the problem. Everyone's biracial, and they're so mixed. Like, how much percentage black do you have to be considered like?
I was told one drop. One drop is all you need, and you're black. Yeah, that's what I was told. So the Supreme Court has halted deportations of immigrants from Venezuela to El Salvador. Did the Supreme Court get it right? At least temporarily, they've stopped Trump from doing that. Did they get it right?
Yeah, I think so. But they should let us deport them somewhere else. I think all these people should be deported, just not to jail. They should just be released in El Salvador somewhere.
And I don't, something, you and I don't totally disagree with that part. But so you are admitting though that if the Supreme Court got it right, then that means what Trump was doing was wrong.
I mean, yes and no. I still think it's 50-50 because I think it's a good deterrent. And the results speak for themselves.
You believe sending folks to a supermax prison where they may not belong is worthy of doing because it's a good deterrent to other people.
Yeah, but I think they should also be released. Like, use it as a deterrent, make them think everyone that illegally comes here is going to that prison, and then just release them on the down low.
So using human beings as bait.
It's not bait. It's you ever watch the movie with Samuel L. Jackson where he's with Kevin Spacey, where he takes a bunch of people hostage and then
yes, you're talking about the negotiator. The negotiator.
He takes him to the other room and fires a gun and everyone thinks he shot one of the cops.
Yeah, you're talking about the negotiator.
Yeah. That's not. It's an illusion. It's not quite bait. So
but
like that.
But you
doing this shit, but realistically, because that guy from the other day, he looked okay to me, and I don't think that guy, the senator he spoke to, said anything about him being tortured or anything about the conditions he's been. Because the guy's already back in America, right? The senator. Yeah.
Well, you're right about that. He didn't say nothing about him being tortured or anything like that. But I'll tell you this, and I'm just speculating. This is the conspiratorial side of me, but. Knowing that he has still got to go back into custody of El Salvador, you don't want to say anything really bad because you don't know how they're going to treat you. I mean, he did sound like he was able to get the guy, talking about Abrego Garcia, get him to be put in a lesser, harsh, they took him out of Supermax. They took him out of SCOTUS and put him into a facility that is still prison, but it's not as bad. So my guess is they may have warned him ahead of time. If you go on camera and you say some really bad shit about us, it probably ain't gonna help you out. So it's possible, you're right, it's possible that Garcia may be in good health and in good condition. But I'm going to be, conspiratorial and say that if he was getting mistreated or tortured, I don't think he was in position to be honest and tell you. Keep in mind, if you go to North Korea and you interview them people, Kim Jong-un is treating them all very nice because they don't have the ability to tell you otherwise. Huh?
No, but like you can't hide, signs of torture from the camera.
You can hide it. You can hide it under that fucking. You can hide it under that fucking hat. If you were hit on the top of the head with a billy club and they put a hat on your head, you can't see the bruises.
Again, that might work with us, but the Democrat senator was right across from him, and if he saw any signs of torture, even hidden ones, I'm sure the second he gets back to America, he's going to tell us all about it.
Not necessarily, because if you're sitting across from this guy you just came to see, and the leader of El Salvador tells you, okay, I'm going to let you guys talk, but understand when you leave, what did the guy with Shawshank say? Put your trust in the Lord, but your ass belongs to me. In other words, I'm going to let you guys talk, but I'm going to tell you, Senator, a lot of his safety is riding on the report you give us. You can go back to them Yankees and say whatever you want around them gringos, but remember, his ass is on the line. So even though what you're saying is the way it should be, it's possible that senator realizes that the Trump administration don't give a damn if that guy's thrown into a gas chamber. They don't care. So there's only so much he can do. So if he come back and start talking about how horrible that facility is, he may sacrifice someone.
Let me tell you my alternative history or alternative point of view. Or they know this guy is a big deal and they pulled him out and have him, in his own special section the whole time because they know politically it would hurt him or hurt us or hurt Trump if this guy is tortured or anything bad. He could be VIP the whole time. We just don't know about it. They don't give a fuck. They have him safe and.
Wait. Did you say he could be? Wait, hold on.
That's been for the next like 4 years.
Did you say he could be VIP? He's not hanging out with P. Diddy in the club sipping on Ciroc.
All day. How would we know?
VIP? What?
As VIP as you can be in prison, but I think he's probably protected, especially since he's on the news every fucking day. I don't think Trump's not gonna brag that he put him in a special prison because he wants everyone to think that they're gonna go. He wants to look like the bad guy, so he doesn't promote people coming here. Because in this situation, Trump wants to look like the bad guy because he wants to use this as a turn for people coming here.
It's working. He really is looking like the bad guy. When you start sending people out without due process, and then when you start suggesting that you're looking to send Americans to prison, yeah, he's looking really bad worldwide. It ain't just to Americans though. Because when you say, you're right about the part about doing this is a deterrent for people coming here, because Canadians and people in England and in the United Kingdom, they're not coming here either. A lot of them are like, I don't want to end up like that. People realize that it's not just illegal immigrants coming to this country that are having problems. People who legally can come here are having problems too. So the message is going out worldwide. You check with Vegas or you check with Disney World, tourism is down. People who actually have money to come here legally and spend are like, fuck that place. I'm not going to take a risk of being held indefinitely, or all of a sudden they're claiming I'm with some kind of gang and putting tattoos on me. So yeah, it's working. He is starting making people not want to come here.
They don't have an MS-13 in England or anything like that. Because you gotta realize, MS-13 and the other one, they're designated terrorists. So that's a special situation only for people from El Salvador and stuff like that. So that's not gonna happen to anyone from Canada or anything like that.
But that's the problem is we don't know that. The people in Canada are hearing what Americans are suggesting. And by the way, when he started talking about potentially sending American criminals to prison down there as well, a lot of the Canadians are like, yeah, we don't have MS-13, but that's not stopping them from saying we are MS-13, because some of the people that he sent down there are saying that they are not MS-13. You don't get due process.
From Venezuela and from El Salvador, the places MS-13 is from.
Yeah.
But when
Yeah, but when he started talking about the potential of sending American criminals there, if he'll send his own people down there, what the hell would he do to me coming from Ireland somewhere? That's the mindset of people. If he's talking about sending his own people there.
Really bad criminals. And again, I think he cares more as a deterrent than an actual, actually sending anyone there. But, yeah, but I'm not going to speak so much on that because he's proved me wrong before.
Right, because he's proved you wrong on the part where you just said he's talking about sending really bad criminals there. He started out with rapists and murderers. We're all the way down to you were protesting at the wrong protest. You got the wrong tattoo on you. So we started out with really bad people with the illegal immigrants. But now we're all the way down to, well, you went to a protest about Hamas, or you got a tattoo on you. So we're way off of that. So they're seeing this in other countries.
It wasn't just a tattoo. He was found in court to be MS-13. And this was back in 2019. There was a informant that said he was MS-13 and a cop that went out of his way to do the paperwork to label this guy as MS-13. It's not like he got arrested just for his tattoo. A lot of shit happened that had nothing to do with Trump. Way before Trump, actually from Trump's last presidency, a lot of shit happened that led to this.
Yeah, but that's.
It's not like.
Yeah, but you're just discussing. Yeah, but you're just discussing Albrego Garcia. There's other immigrants, like the lady that they stopped in the middle of the street, 5 of them with masks on, and they grabbed her up because she was at the wrong protest. She ain't done nothing wrong. There are no criminal accounts on her at all. They just don't like the protest she was at. Or the guy that got deported that was at Columbia University or whatever because they said he was speaking at a protest on behalf of Hamas. He ain't did nothing violent. So some of these people are...
he's only getting deported. He's not going to El Salvador jail.
Yeah, but it's a luck of the draw. You don't know where they're going to send you when they deport you. And you don't know how long you're going to be detained when they do. I mean, we had a woman come over...
You go back to your home country unless it's Venezuela who are not letting us deport anybody. Most other countries are taking deportees. They're taking their citizens back.
Right. But the problem is...
criminals, Venezuelans are smart. They don't want their criminals back.
Yeah, but
we're talking about people with politics. Like, these are two different things you're kind of mixing together. You're talking about people who are potentially MS-13, and even if Trump's wrong about them being MS-13, they're still illegal aliens, and he's just deporting them. I mean, in the end, he's just deporting all these people. It's just, the real problem is Venezuela not taking their fucking people back. Because why would we pay for El Salvador to take them if we could send them to Venezuela and have them go back home, have their people deal with this shit?
Yeah, but the point I'm making is Venezuela is not just the only issue. The fact is they are grabbing other citizens and just detaining them for a week, 2 weeks, like the Canadian actress where they held her for like 12 days because they said something was wrong on her visa. I mean, you got people coming from France and Germany, huh?
That was fucked up.
Yeah, and those stories are getting out around the world. You don't have to be under the threat of going to El Salvador. It's just the fact that they're grabbing people for little or nothing. 12 days in jail. I mean, she didn't do nothing wrong. She spent 12 days in jail simply for trying to come to America legally. And those stories are getting out.
I bet you there were stories like that under Biden. We just never heard about them before. I bet you our system has issues like that all the time. And because what happened with that actress, I doubt it was specific to Trump.
Well, it happened. It happened under Trump's watch, so he's going to get blamed for it. I don't know if there were stories like this under. Go ahead.
But you got to realize the big problem with Trump, like right now, this tariff war, most of it is being fought against the media than China. The real enemy is the media and the propaganda. Like I don't want to say propaganda, but how the people feel is more the enemy than actual China and what they're doing. Like how the stock market crashed or went down before a penny of tariff was paid.
Listen, you could be right about that. I'm just going to simply say market speculation has been around as long as the market. If you're making a major decision and people anticipate that decision is going to hurt them, they're not just going to stand there and wait till your decision comes to fruition. I mean, market speculation has always been around. When a liberal gets elected, people like for-profit prisons, for instance, they believe that the right is going to put...
My point is, it's not just the market. Everything that's happening right now feels like more speculation than reality.
Maybe if your guy wasn't
people
on.
are reacting to.
Whoa,
a
didn't
lot of
count.
shit.
Thank you.
Feels more like.
Maybe if your guy wasn't on TV saying so much controversial shit, the media couldn't do all of that. He the one that wants to be on TV all the damn time.
He needs to be on TV less, but it's like a double-edged sword. It helps a lot, but it also hurts him a lot.
Well, when you're on
Take the good with the bad.
when you're on TV calling reporters stupid and stuff like that, that ain't gonna help you out at all. I mean, some of the stuff.
Some of these questions they ask are like setups, you know, like that question where they asked him, like he didn't go out of his way to say, I'm thinking about sending Americans to this prison. They asked him about that shit, what's he gonna say?
And he said something that guarantees they're going to be asking him questions about it from now on. Instead of just simply saying that's a crazy question, I would never consider sending my own people to a foreign country because it's unconstitutional. And not to mention him getting caught on a hot mic ain't got nothing to do with the media. That's him talking to the president of El Salvador saying that shit. He said you're going to build. He said you probably would need to build 3 or 4 more prisons to hold Americans. He basically told him, I want to send Americans there.
Wait, he said specifically hold Americans, or just said you need to build 2 or 3 more?
I think he said 4 or 5 more. By the way, no, he's talking about. He said specifically he wants to send Americans there.
Again, these are 2 different things that he said. Were they said at the same time at the hot mic, or?
It was all said at the same time. Yes, it was all said. And he's talking to the leader of El Salvador. I'll see if I can find it real quick. But he was talking to the leader of El Salvador. I'm trying to see if I can find the part without having to play all this other shit with people's commentary in it. I think this is it here. Let me see if I can cue it up here.
5 more places. Yeah. Criminals next. Yeah. They said homegrown's the next. The homegrown's built. You guys built about 5 more places. Yeah, that's big. All right.
Okay, he said homegrowns are next. So that's homegrown criminals. That means And then
you're right.
Okay.
I mean, he's obviously joking, but you're also right. And you never know him anymore.
Why do people find that shit funny? Violating the Constitution. Yeah, I'm sure Eichmann laughed at everything Adolf said as well. A bunch of cruel people laughing at cruelty. I mean, yeah, they laughing because listen, when you got the power of Trump, all of the people around you whose whole careers and survival depends on you, they're gonna laugh at everything you say. They just gonna put a chuckle on because they're yes men. Of course, they're laughing at it. It ain't funny though.
Hold up, but in reality, how many people were sent? 200 people, and only 1, maybe 2 are a mistake.
We don't know. We don't even know the names of the people that were sent to know if they're a mistake or not. They never released the names, the inventory. We don't know who they are.
Yeah, you're right. I'll give you that. We don't know who they are. I don't know why they keep it secret. Like I said, the only reason they keep it secret like that is to use it as a deterrent. They want to be mysterious so everybody's scared. Is it
possible they're not telling you the names because they realize some of the people don't belong there?
What's up?
Is it possible they're not telling you the names of these people because they know that some of them do not belong there?
I mean, obviously you don't give a fuck because, this guy supposedly doesn't belong there, but they're not bringing him back. And the other thing, again, you keep skipping the part that even though he doesn't belong in prison, he's supposed to be deported. Even though technically not to El Salvador, his asylum was rejected. He was supposed to leave the country.
We're paying.
Just not to El Salvador.
Okay, but Magna, we're paying to have these people incarcerated. The guy in El Salvador is not doing this for free. We are literally paying him to incarcerate innocent people or people that do not deserve to be in prison. We're paying him to do that.
Yeah, but those are, especially with this guy, this is his own citizen.
But we're paying him to put his citizen in prison. We are paying him for that.
Okay, so what's your point though?
Why would we pay to incarcerate a man that we know does not deserve to be incarcerated?
Because we want him more deported than concentrated.
Right. So why wouldn't we tell that to the leader of El Salvador? We don't want him in prison. We just want to deport him. Why wouldn't we tell him that?
This is the part where I agree with you. They should let him out. They should let him out in El Salvador.
Okay.
But they're worried that the second they let him out, he's gonna come right back, and the Democrats.
That dude ain't coming back. That dude ain't coming back as long as Trump is in office.
Whole life here.
He ain't coming back as long as Trump is in office. I don't care how long he's been here. Yeah, I would not come back until Trump was gone. I would not even think about coming back to America with Trump. Trump liable to have some German shepherds kill you or some shit. I mean, we know Trump don't give a fuck about this dude.
He's gonna come back and he's gonna be like a hero for the left.
Possible.
And then you ask me why Trump's fighting it so much. He's gonna be like their number one hero.
Well, that's self-inflicted by Trump. I gotta move it on, but this guy wouldn't be a hero.
One last thing.
Yeah.
The reason I got on here today is you say how you watch The View and The Five.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you should stop watching both. Stop watching The Five and stop watching The View.
Why?
Just stick to like news people like Bret Baier. Like Bret Baier after The Five, I think he's one of the best people when it comes to news because he tries to be neutral.
It's not as interesting. I agree with you, but it's not as interesting. I like to hear the opinions. I like the back and forth. But I agree with you. That is more straight news. It's just not as interesting. And that's why people watch opinions as opposed to just the 10 o'clock news or the 11 o'clock news. It's not very interesting. The opinions, that's why O'Reilly became the number one to do it, because it's more interesting to see those debates and sparring. Straight news is boring. I gotta go.
Well, O'Reilly was like very educated. I don't think the people on The Five are that well informed.
Dana Perino's pretty educated. I gotta go. All right, moving on with the program. She was Dana Perino was the spokesperson for George W. Bush, just like Karine St. Pierre was for Biden, and I can't remember who was the person for Obama. Spicer had it one point for Trump, and now you got this young chick that's doing it. Looking in the comments, why does he sound like Jesse Waters? I don't know if he sounds like Jesse Waters. I know I missed that on the super chat. President of El Salvador made it look like a walk in the park and put margaritas on the table they never drank. And that's what the senator stated. That, to me, shows that president of El Salvador is up on. To me, that guy is dirt. Is dirt. I mean, listen, I know he's trying to make El Salvador safe. I'm 100% okay with that part of it. But if you watch some of the videos on YouTube, it is 100% unwarranted searches and seizures. They literally have guys in pickup trucks with heavy firepower driving around the city, and they will literally stop anybody at a whim. And if you don't pass the test, they take you and throw you in prison. I mean, there's a YouTube video, I watched it today, where the guy was, that Nick whatever guy that you're talking about, Jeremy, if you're still watching the program, Nick Shirley or whatever his name is. But anyway, they're driving around El Salvador, and they got maybe 4 or 5 armed guys in the back of a pickup truck. And if they're looking through people's windows and going to your house, and that, well, we need to see who live here. You don't have any right to say no. One guy was just sitting on a porch. They walked up to him, and they're aiming long rifles at him, demanding that he show if he got any tattoos and all. He ain't doing nothing wrong, just was sitting there. I mean, they're making the country safe, but the people essentially have no rights at all. I mean, you talk about the First Amendment, free speech. You think you can speak out against those guys when they show up aiming guns at you and demanding you show if you got any tattoos and make sure you're not a gangbanger? You don't have any right at all. If that group says you're a gangbanger, you are. That's it. They have full power over your life. So while it is making the country allegedly safer, give me liberty or give me deaths come to mind, or some of these other famous slogans, because you're giving up freedoms for safety. This is something the Second Amendment crowd preaches against all the damn time. I'm not going to give up my gun to make the country safer. I mean, these people they don't have any freedoms over there. That president of El Salvador in the goal of making that country safe is just stopping and grabbing people at random. And if you fit the bill of what they think is suspicious, then they haul you away. I don't know if we want to be like that in America. Now I will say this, there is an us versus them conversation to be had. If they would go driving through South Central Los Angeles and doing that to Crips and Bloods, a large portion of this country would support them. But if they were to go driving through rural Alabama looking at backdoor gun ranges and shit like that, backyard gun ranges, and pulling up on them people, and they wouldn't like it. It's kind of one of those things. I would love for that to happen here, but you got to do it to them, not me. And in El Salvador, just looking at the videos, I'm like, there's no way we would want that in America. They just have no rights at all. The informant thing happened in 2019 when Trump was in the first time, and it doesn't have something to do with Trump, and we still don't know the credibility of the informant. Yeah, the whole notion that Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 member because an informant said he was an MS-13 member when you don't know who the informant. That don't say shit. That to me, that is flimsy as hell. To send somebody to maximum security prison for what the Trump administration is producing on this guy is weak, is lame at best. Okay, a domestic violence accusation from his wife. I brought up Andrew Tate. Somebody read that in the comments. The right didn't give a damn about all the accusations made against Andrew Tate. They didn't give a damn about all the accusations made against Trump by a bunch of women. But his wife makes an accusation on him from 2021, and we're justifying him being in a maximum security prison based on that. That is weak as hell. Same thing with the alleged informant. How do you know the informant is real? We don't even trust Mike Pence informing on Trump trying to steal the election, but we trust some random informant out in space on this guy. I mean, it just rings. We don't give a fuck about this guy. We'll take any bad information on him we can get our hands on as true. Just some informant. No, you don't know his name. You don't know what credibility he has or anything. You can't cross-examine him, nothing. Just some informant told us, so we'll go with that. It could be an informant that was facing life in prison himself. You don't even know who this informant is, and we're going with that. TK are keeping, you said they are keeping our Garcia out because the defamation lawsuits are heavy. And I agree that's probably one of the reasons they don't want to bring Abrego Garcia back to the country, or any of those folks they deported, because they would have huge lawsuits. They would have huge lawsuits against the Trump administration, probably Fox and all kinds of other people that said all kinds of awful shit about them. They would have, Abrego Garcia, if he was able to get out, he would probably be set for life on the lawsuits he have. Because people have said all kinds of awful shit about him that is not true. It's not true, up to and including the Trump administration. Certainly with the picture they released today of Abrego Garcia's hand suggesting that he had MS-13 tattoos on his knuckles. If them tattoos that are on Trump's picture are not really on that man's hand, yeah, lawsuits. They don't want to bring him back because he definitely has a lot of ammunition because of how they did that. Anyway, going back to the box. What does that say? Tremolinos can be Shaq's. Oh, I saw that. Okay, going back to the box and tap the screen. Give me on up to about 70,000. We'll go straight to, I think King Finn was in there. Good evening, King. Welcome to the program. King Finn. You there? King Finn. King Finn is Sleep Finn. All right, moving on. I'll go back to the box. King Finn was out of there. All right, moving on with the program. We'll go to the one and only Den Cal, 85,000. That would be nice. Tap the screen. Get the lights on up. Den Cal, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that if Abrego Garcia was brought back, he would probably have some victorious lawsuits?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's like, that's cut and dry. You go to it don't matter what judge you go to, and you put out all of this stuff that's been said from the president on down to, MAGAs living in, the holler in Tennessee. Everybody's been saying the same thing about this man with no proof.
Yeah.
And it's meant to defame him. It's meant to defame him.
Yeah.
Bringing up what happened, 5 years ago. They do this with everybody. They go back in your history and find anything they can and bring that forward and act like that means that whatever happened to you is okay. They did the same thing with with George Floyd. They did the same thing with everybody you know who've been in controversial.
Well,
situations.
George Floyd though, but George Floyd was convicted. I mean, the stuff they brought up on, I mean, George Floyd does have a legitimate rap suit. The Albrego Garcia stuff is accusations. I mean, it's not based on stuff he actually did. It's people accused him of doing stuff.
Right, but I'm just saying. When we do the same thing for Trump and we say what he did in the past, they talking about, well, he different now.
Yeah, it don't.
He's changed.
Yeah, it don't matter as much.
So it doesn't matter. They got the nerve to talk about there was a domestic dispute with his wife, but then when we bring up Trump had the same thing and his wife said the exact same thing. Oh, well, you know, I don't have nothing. No, it's the same.
Yes.
Damn thing.
Yeah, Trump's women were lying on him. That's the difference.
I'm not even talking about all the women. I'm talking about his wife.
Damn. Yeah. Well, they're going to defend Trump no matter what, though. I mean, that's kind of what's going on is that without Albrego Garcia, we want to hear bad information on him. So any bad information you hear on Albrego, they're going to just take it as face value. Whereas with Trump, you don't want to hear bad information. So they're going to defend Trump against any claims that are made against him.
Right. And then even when you finally nail these people down, like you nailed MAGA reacts, well, you right. And then they just move right on. Like this dude done violated this man, put his life in danger, destroyed his family and everything. And talking about, well, you know, they don't want to bring him back because they don't want the left to have stuff to talk about. What the hell do they got to do with him ruining this man's life? If he was going to put him out, he should have sent him wherever. The ruling, the only place that they weren't supposed to send him to was El Salvador. Yeah. And that's exactly what it is.
But here's the issue though. Where do they send him if he can't go back to his home country and let's say none of Latin America will take him because he ain't from here, what do they do with him?
I guess that's why Trump trying to establish, you know, his gulags overseas. So he can have a place. I don't know. Were they not allowed to? I think they told them they couldn't send those people to Guantanamo Bay also. So, I mean, it's the courts that's doing this to him, but they make it seem like somehow it's the left who is doing this. It's not the left. It's not us. He's breaking laws, and the courts are telling him not to do stuff.
Well, they're going to say it seems like the left because the left is the only group that has a problem with it. If it wasn't for the left, it would never be in court to begin with. The only reason the judges are hearing this shit is because the left is challenging what Trump is doing. If you left it up to the right, they would be celebrating and leave their ass in there forever. So the left is.
No, I disagree. I disagree that it's the left. It's his lawyers that's doing it.
What do you mean it's his lawyers?
His lawyers are the one contesting the stuff, not the left.
His lawyers are contesting the stuff that Trump is doing?
Yeah, you talking about Garcia, right?
No. Well, Garcia doesn't have a case. I'm saying that, like the Supreme Court halting Trump from deporting any more migrants to Venezuela. The only reason that made it up to the Supreme Court is the liberals, or I think it was the ACLU or something, they're challenging what Trump is doing, and they're challenging it from a left-wing perspective, and the Trump administration has no choice but to fight it in court. Now, obviously, in this case, they're losing slowly, but if it wasn't for the left challenging Trump in court, he wouldn't have to be in court dealing with this shit. That's why they're blaming it on the left.
Garcia, I do believe that he has representation, though.
Well, they're going to call him left, though.
Right. I mean, yeah, I guess we can say everything is just left or right.
Yeah.
Like,
you either agree, let me make it clear as day. Either you agree with what Trump is doing or you are left. I don't care if you his kid. The minute you start disagreeing with him, you left.
I'm not gonna let you dictate the whole political sphere. Either you believe with Trump
or you are left. Yes.
There's a lot of people in Congress right now, both left and right, that's saying, yeah, this is kind of fucked up. This is wrong.
Then they're slowly turning into rhinos then. The minute you start, you see the movie Back to the Future when Michael J. Fox is looking at his picture and he's fading away. The minute you, as a Republican, start criticizing Trump, your picture starts fading away. You ain't a Republican. You start to turn into a rhino. The minute you start criticizing him, you're in trouble.
That must be why MAGA reacts keep on going full steam ahead, because he don't want to fade away.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually believe that's the reason why a lot of them, like, I don't believe Ted Cruz. I don't even believe Marco Rubio believes all that shit, because he is Cuban. There's no way he believes all that shit. But he don't want his picture to fade away. Yeah, I believe that. Once Trump is no longer a threat, like let's say he passes on or he's too old, he's senile, he's out of politics, a lot of them dudes on the right gonna be writing tell-all books, trying to save their legacy from being connected to some of that shit. They're gonna be telling you, I only did it because I don't want to compare the man to Adolf, but I'll tell you, a lot of them SS families started writing, well, I didn't have a choice. He was gonna, I bet you that's gonna be happening. They're gonna be trying to separate themselves from that.
Did you see Lisa McCoskey the other day?
In what way?
She was talking about that.
No.
She was saying that she was scared to go against Trump, and she's actually a senator.
Yeah, I believe that.
That's crazy for somebody to come out as a senator and say, I'd be nervous about the decisions I make, because you're supposed to be there working for your constituents.
But I don't think listen, she shouldn't say it. It's kind of shocking to hear a senator say something like that. But at this point, she ain't saying nothing that we don't already know. Everybody, you've seen it happen to Adam Kinzinger. You've seen it happen to Liz Cheney, Mike Pence. You've seen a whole lot of very highly respected Republicans. Pictures fade completely away. It looked like the Polaroid before you began to shake it and blow on it. Like there's nothing there. Because they went against Trump. These are people who could have probably had a Republican career for the rest of their life if they didn't go against Trump.
Those people are just fine, man. They're not making money like they was before, but all of them people still have lives. They got farms, they got land, they got
no respect, Ben Cal. They got no respect. Liz Cheney can't even walk. Go ahead.
If you're not in the politics game anymore, all you have is your circle, the people that live around you in your community.
But they wanted to be in the politics game. Obviously Mike Pence had aspirations of becoming president. Liz Cheney may have had aspirations of becoming a senator. Adam Kinzinger was still young. He wasn't trying to go away. I don't think Mitt Romney was trying to go away. They're okay. They'll be wealthy for life and all of that, but their legacies is forever tarnished. The way they go into history books, all of that. They don't want their legacies in that realm. Just like Joe Biden's legacy is tarnished because of Trump.
I don't know if a lot of people's legacies haven't been written. It's going to depend on how Trump's legacy goes. If he goes down, those people will be rehabilitated for standing up against him.
I don't think so. Because even if Trump goes down, you're going to have a large contingent of MAGA saying that whatever took him down was, unpatriotic to this country anyway. The Liz Cheney's, their history is frozen in over mode. She's not coming back. She's toast, and she would have probably been on the scene for another 15, 20 years probably until she damn near died. A large portion of her career was stunted because she went against Trump. Same thing with Kinzinger and all of them.
Yeah, but she'll still be invited to be on the board of banks and big corporations, and they're gonna be all right.
I don't know, because I'm gonna tell you why. Liz Cheney would probably be invited to be on boards of banks and stuff now, but the bank is like, well, shit, if I bring your ass, then Trump's gonna get mad at me. So I'm sure she is missing out on opportunities right now because she went against Trump. Because we've seen what Trump has did to law firms that defended Hillary Clinton and stuff like that. They can't. Liz Cheney is like a hot potato. You can't touch her.
I'm not sure about that. I'm thinking back to where she came from. Those people still love her. They love the fight in her. They understand that she got overwhelmed by the system that they don't like. She'll be all right.
They love her, yet they voted her.
In the history book.
They love her, yet she was making a killing in Wyoming, winning time and time again. And all of a sudden, she had a problem with Trump, and Wyoming voted her out. You sure they love her in Wyoming? I don't think they do.
I'm not talking about overall. I'm talking about she had a political structure that was in place. There was a lot of wealthy people that are stood behind her. Yes, they lost in the race, but those wealthy people that she befriended and all of that stuff, all of them people know millionaires and billionaires. They're gonna be fine. Trust me.
Okay, I mean, you think she feels safe walking down the street? You think she don't feel like her life may be in danger a little bit?
I'm sure she's driving around and doing whatever it was whatever she's into now. I'm sure she's just fine. If she went back home, I'm sure her and her family, they got a big fucking ranch somewhere, and all of the people in the town love them. All of the people in the county love them. Yeah, she probably lost the state, but those people where she grew up who know her, yeah, she just fine. They gonna be okay. Well, hell, her family was rich. I mean, her dad was multi, millionaire anyway.
Yeah.
They good.
Yeah, they're not financially hurt. I don't see that at all. I agree with you there, but I'm saying that you used to walk around the state and everybody would respect you. You could walk into a diner and people would, whatever she had, whatever she wants, it's just not. Now you walk around, people booing you and shit, might throw the same food they would have bought on you.
I don't think it's bad like that where she's from. Maybe in the outskirts or whatever. But those people who grew up around her, those people in her city and stuff, they didn't all just turn on her because Trump did.
She tried to impeach the man.
Okay, I see. Alter Ego says she's a professor of politics at University of Virginia. She's fine. Yeah, she's good.
All right, I'll leave it. Okay, I don't know. I'd have to look more into it. I tend to think that her legacy has been fucked because of Trump. I tend to think she
was probably a lawyer or whatever she was before she became a senator. She had the best education, and she'll be able to find it. She'll be fine. Hey, did you see how all of the colleges is getting together now?
For what do you mean? Because of the Harvard thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it is kind of wild when you start having the president try to dictate what you can teach. That is that's straight out of North Korea's playbook.
MAGA don't got no problem with altering our educational system to meet what Donald Trump thinks should be taught. They don't have a problem with that. He's commandeering.
I don't know if it's a case of MAGA not having a problem with that. I think the thing is MAGA favors the direction that Trump is taking his country in to a fault. Like, if he does something that normally I would not have agreed with, it's him, so I trust that he's going to do what's right, and I'm just going to put my trust behind it. I think it's just the faith of Trump doing what's right is so strong that they'll buy it even if they know anybody else doing this would be on the wrong side of me. But if it's Trump doing it, I just trust that he's always going to do what's best for this country, so I'll give him a pass on it. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty tough, man. I mean, we went from the left is trying to defund the police to Trump is trying to defund education, and he's trying to defund all of the IRS, all the three-letter agencies. He's trying to defund the whole government.
Well, like MAGA React said, Trump told him no DEI. So MAGA Reacts is in the comments. The DEI word, you're never gonna lay that one down. But that's what they're saying is that Harvard is promoting DEI.
Yeah, well, last time it was CRT, now it's DEI. Whatever Trump say, that's the vision. No matter how you do it, as long as you achieve his vision, they don't care if he's breaking the law. He's challenging posse comitatus. He's challenging all of that, trying to make it so that American troops can now actually act like law enforcement and apprehend people coming across the border, all of that stuff is in our Constitution. And they fine with everything he said, even if it breaks the Constitution. It's amazing. I
gotta say, his attorneys are really good at finding loopholes and stuff. I mean, like I mentioned earlier in the live, is that our founding fathers did a lot on the honor system, and I don't think they ever anticipated somebody would come along and challenge every single aspect, every single word of the Constitution and the law, the way Trump has successfully did. Like, for instance, with this facilitate a way to bring Abrego Garcia back. And they're twisting the word facilitate. I mean, he's got the best lawyers, and they're finding whatever loophole they can find to twist words. And it's working. And it's working.
He got Stephen Miller up there talking about, we won 9-0.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
He just changed the whole ruling to benefit Trump and say, look, we got them on our side. When they the ones who said facilitate, bring them.
Yeah. And it worked because facilitate is such a somewhat of a general word, so they could play like, okay, he said facilitate. They didn't say when he has to be back. We can make a deal that says he'll be back in 2035. We did facilitate it. It met what you said. I mean, so just loopholes everywhere. They literally gonna have to write that shit almost like elementary. Bring his ass back by Thursday. It's going to be, and you want to actually specify the date of Thursday. They'll be like, well, you didn't say it wasn't Thursday in 2041. So, I mean, you got to be really clear with it.
But you seen the way they wrote the ruling that they wrote yesterday, telling him to stop all of those deportations.
But that's temporary.
But see, this time they said, stop.
Yes, but I'll tell you something. But there's loopholes. They said stop, but they said stop Venezuelan migrants and from that area in Texas. So they're already talking about transporting the migrants from the area they were told to stop sending them to El Salvador, transport them to a different part of the country. You weren't told to stop sending them from there, and then you can send them. I mean, they've already came up with a loophole.
Yeah, you seen that letter he wrote to them, asking them about that, right?
No, what do you mean?
After the ruling, Trump and his lawyers wrote a note to the Supreme Court asking them if they could do exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
If they can continue, but not under the Alien Enemies Act, but just keep on doing the regular. Bro, when did the Supreme Court, he could just call them up and just be like, yo, hey, these cases take months and years to get through. He just get to send them over a fax and request that they do something?
Yeah. In any case, well, the Supreme Court is the one that ruled, so I guess you want to make sure you get a clarity from how they ruled, because this is an order they told you to stop. So if you want to get clarity on what they mean, I guess you would contact them. But any case that doesn't go Trump's way is going to go to the Supreme Court. They're taking everything to the Supreme Court. This will be the busiest, probably hardest working Supreme Court in any president's. I mean, because everything that doesn't go away, he's not going to take no for an answer on anything. Everything goes to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court is not telling him, this is frivolous. We're not going to even take this case. I mean, they taking all this shit. Like, everything he loses on is going to go to the Supreme Court.
Everything. That's crazy. I can imagine they could be getting the rest of their docket done if he's just got all of these emergency requests that take the front of the line for everything.
Well, when you got people like Alito and Clarence Thomas on there, I can understand why he would do it, because they also were not part of this ruling in regards to telling him to stop sending migrants from Venezuela down to El Salvador. Alito and Thomas was okay with letting it continue. So I'm going to go to the Supreme Court with everything too. I got at least two of them locked in.
And they were locked in on that ruling yesterday too. Them two.
Yeah. My guess is birthright, citizenship, all that shit they're going to agree with him on. So you got two of them. Your chances of winning in the Supreme Court are pretty high. So yeah, take everything you can to the Supreme Court, because you got at least 2 out of 9 almost. There was one ruling that was 9.0, and as we pointed out, they even tried to flip that and say they won that 9.0 ruling. But other than that, I think Alito and Thomas are almost always on Trump's side. I don't care what it is.
Always.
So
it's the craziest thing.
3.5 years.
The Democrats, when the liberals get back in power, man, they're gonna have so much work to do. They're gonna have to try to fix all of these loopholes to all of these laws that Trump has broken. They got to clarify all of this stuff about you can't just you can't just all of the stuff he's doing. They're gonna have to try to figure out how to get rid of those.
Well, I think they would get bipartisan support because even though the right is going to let Trump do it because they want Trump to win, if you got a left-wing president there and he said, listen, I want to be able to run the country, but I don't want unchecked power, and I want you guys to come up with some bipartisan bills that limits power, not to the point where I got a veto, but give me something reasonable. I think that you could get a lot of bipartisan support because I do believe that even the right side of Congress in the House realize that we don't want a president to be to do all the stuff that Trump is doing. Like getting rid of us if he don't like us. I mean, which is likely to happen for some of them. They're afraid to speak out. I mean, like you should be able to maybe hold votes in secret. If you feel like as a congressperson, you can't do anything because the president might ruin your career and maybe put your safety in danger. There should be some kind of way where you guys can vote where maybe even you other Congress members don't know how you voted. You guys need to start having secret ballots because right now Congress is paralyzed. They can't, even the right side of Congress, they can't do anything. They're afraid that if they do anything against Trump, they're done for.
Yeah.
So
Terrible.
So he is essentially somewhat of a king 3.5 years ago. Didn't Cal? Appreciate it. King Trump.
All right, man, take it.
All right, King Trump. It is. All right, look at it in the comments. What does that say? Burned turkey leg. Ouch. What? Time that European Neanderthal. Leave back to Europe and be MAGA there. Please, the original owners of the land, not Neanderthal, back to the Caucasus Mountains. Damn, what are you trying to say there? All right, let me go back to the box real quick. I want to make sure I did not miss any. There we go. I think my screen is frozen up here. Bear with me here while I clear this shit out. And by the way, tap the screen. Get us on up to 80,000 in the like category for you folks on TikTok. I'll go ahead and go to an Instagram. We are live on Instagram as well. Sherbert on Instagram, if it brings them up. I don't know what's happening with my YouTube. Apparently, Sherbert on Instagram is not coming up. I'll go back to another caller on TikTok. Damn. Something's happening on YouTube. If they don't come with some kind of anti-ass kissing, well, like I said, it should be a way for you to vote in Congress or to get things done in Congress without having maybe the president know about it. Because right now, if the president knows that you spoke out or you voted against him, he can destroy your career. That's what's happening. That's why you got so many folks in Congress because some of the things that Trump is doing, whether it's birthright citizenship, I don't even believe sending all these immigrants to El Salvador is something that all of the right-wing members of Congress agree with. I don't think even they all agree with that. But if they speak out and say something about it, they're going to get in trouble from Trump and their constituents. So the end result is they're not saying nothing about it. So I do believe they need to come up with a way where they can do things without being in fear. And that's what I think it is. I'm trying to, for some reason, I lost all of my comments on YouTube here. So for you folks on YouTube, you see me fucking with the screen. I'll go back to the next caller and see if I can continue messing with this, but I can't bring my comments up. Going back to the box. King Finn, I think that says, good evening. Until they call for an audible vote. Somehow, some way they got to be able to vote without feeling like they're in they're in danger, so to speak, at least from a career standpoint. Now, Gen X, I saw you tearing me apart in the comments. What am I getting wrong?
What was I tearing you apart about?
I thought you said I was going too far left or something. Wow, you said.
I did.
Okay, maybe it wasn't muted. Okay, all right. So I'm not getting anything wrong today.
Yeah, no, I'll take credit for it. Shit.
Now you do agree this guy on my screen. You actually favor sending him down to El Salvador.
Well, yeah. Let me tell tell you why. I mean, the guy's an MS-13 member. That's proven. Everybody says, but where's your evidence? Where's your evidence? Well,
Yeah, where is it?
there's been a lot of there's been evidence, okay? Now,
Wait. You said there's been evidence of what? Give me the evidence.
of that, that's what I was just going to get to.
Okay.
There's evidence, and evidence is different with something like that. It's not like a criminal trial. You got to prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. What they base that on, what I'm basing it on, is a preponderance of evidence. You know what that means? That's what they use.
Okay, give me. Okay, I'm listening. I'm still not hearing any evidence that he's MS-13.
Okay, the tattoos on his fingers, 2 court rulings that said he's MS-13. The fact that he was arrested with a carload of MS-13 members with 2 pockets full of cash in rolls.
Well, carrying cash and rolls is not a crime. Gen X. I don't know why that's even coming up.
It was. I didn't say it was, but how many normal people do you carry 2 rolls of cash?
I've carried cash. I've actually had money with a rubber band. You know, I used to shoot dice on the street. I've carried cash. Yeah, I've done that before. Huh?
Tim, I carry cash, and you know my financial situation. I hit the Bitcoin thing. I did really, really well. I've got money, and I don't carry that much. Why? Who does that, man? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, well, wait a minute. Hold on.
Just because I don't do it doesn't mean it's wrong.
Wait, hold on. Let me say this. A lot of people, particularly from the hood, you know, whether it's not having good credit or not trusting institutions, in the hood, a lot of people carry cash. They don't deal with plastic as much. I mean, it's getting better, but in the hood, a lot of people deal with cash money. So a lot of people carry cash. I mean, when we grew up, a lot of people carried cash. People pulling out bankrolls because they would rather carry their cash than trust the institutions. A lot of people do.
Okay, you're focusing on one thing, Tim. What about his tattoos on his hand? The MS-13 on his fingers.
The MS-13 on his fingers, we seen the photo of that today. Some folks are suggesting that looked like that was superimposed. That don't even look like it's genuine. I need to see more of that. Like, I'm going to hear from his wife, for instance, and see if she denies that those tattoos were there. Because the way they look when they put them on screen, they don't look real.
You know, and that being
But hold on. Let me just say this. Let me just.
what we can do to convince you.
Hold on. Let me just say this.
MS-13.
Let me just say this. Let's say, for instance, the tattoos are genuine. Is it possible that maybe he was in a gang in the past and he's not in the gang now? I mean, do we say that if you get an MS-13 tattoo on you, you're in the gang for the rest of your life? You can never get your life straightened up?
It's very possible. It's very possible.
So how do we know he's in the gang?
I highly doubt that that's the case, man. You're guilty by association. You're guilty by association.
I don't know.
The fact is, this is a fact. A fact. He is an MS-13 gang member. One of the most brutal gangs in our country.
And you believe that simply being in a brutal gang is worthy of sending you to a maximum security prison? Just because you're a gang member, that's enough to send you to a maximum security prison.
Tim, are you a gang member?
No.
Have you ever been a gang member?
No.
You understand the loyalty and the discipline it takes to do what's required of your gang?
Different
No,
gang.
I do.
That varies. That varies depending on organization.
Now,
That varies.
I'm in a brotherhood now, but you gotta. It's this man is not your fucking. He's not an innocent guy.
I hear what you're saying, and I'm saying that even if you're right, I'm not hearing enough to justify maximum security prison. Simply being in a gang, even if it's a violent gang, you can be in a gang and yourself have never done any work. I don't see where this guy is just where we're getting justification of maximum security prison. I'm just not hearing that.
Okay, first of all, he's done work. To get into MS-13, you got to kill somebody with a knife.
I've never heard that before. I've never heard that.
Part of the initiation. And you know why they want you to do it with a knife? because it's one of the most painful personal ways to take someone out.
You're telling me every single member of MS-13 has taken a life with a knife?
To my knowledge, yes.
I don't believe that's true at all. I would like to. Do you have maybe one of those National Geographic or Discovery Channel specials where a member has said? I've never heard that before, and there's a lot of specials out there.
You don't have to be. I've been in street gangs when I was young, and I was a moron.
Okay.
I know how they work.
I
He had to do that to get in, or you know what? They would have taken him out.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not denying it. I'm admitting that you're right. I've never been in that environment, but I've never heard of any gang where every single member is a murderer. I've just never heard of any gang like that.
Do you know what MS-13's first initiation was when they first came to the United States? Down in San Antonio, Texas, and Dallas, and
MS-13. Wait, hold on. MS-13 did not come to the United States. It was formed in the United States.
No, it wasn't. MS-13 is a South American, Central American gang.
It
was formed in South America. Or not South America, I'm sorry, Central America.
Yeah, see, I'm hearing that gang was you had immigrants come to this country, and when they came to this country, when newer immigrants came to this country, they were not being treated right, and they formed a gang to prevent from being bullied by immigrants that had legally come here before them. And that's what spawned MS-13. That's what I was told. That's how MS-13 got spawned, is new immigrants coming to this country. Just like when the Irish came here, how they were treated at first, or the Italians, and then they formed a mob to actually have some unity because people were not treating them right when they first came here. That's how MS-13 was formed. That's what I've heard. I haven't heard it the way you're saying.
El Salvador migrated to Los Angeles in the 1980s. I'm looking right at it.
Okay, I've heard just the opposite.
Now they may have got a stronghold in the United States.
Okay.
Absolutely, and they may have formed the United States counterpart in the United States, but they started in El Salvador.
All right. Like I said, I'm not in that environment. I do see a Wikipedia, but I don't.
Started in Chicago, I think.
Yeah, I don't trust Wikipedia, but even on Wikipedia it says Mata. Here's the actual name: Mata Salvatrucha, commonly known as MS-13, is an international criminal gang that originated in Los Angeles, California, in the 1980s. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, but there are spots online that speaks to what I'm saying, and there's things that speak to what you're saying. So, but I've heard it started in this country. That was the way I was always taught, is that when they came here as immigrants, they were not being treated right by the previous group of immigrants. So they formed this gang to protect themselves. Just like I said, just like the Irish and the mafia and the Italians, when they came here, they were not being treated right. So they unified and formed their own groups to protect themselves when they first came here. The mafia.
There's no such thing.
The mob? The Italians?
No, it doesn't exist.
The Italian mafia doesn't exist.
There's no such thing.
Did it ever exist? Okay, the lab gives it. Okay, fair enough. The lab gives it away. Okay, but I'm just simply saying that's usually how gangs originally start, is they start to protect each other. Well, even in prison, they often do that, to have numbers so that you can protect each other. That's how they usually start.
Well, I know that's how the Crips and the Bloods started. The Crips started out as a neighborhood watch crew, or so my understanding is. They started out as a neighborhood watch crew, and then the Bloods formed to defend themselves against the Crips,
Yep.
or rival them, whatever it was. But they didn't start out as criminals. They started out as legit, like the Guardian Angels.
But that's what I just said. They start out originally for self-protection. That's how gangs. You're saying the same thing with both the Crips and Blood. The Crips started out as a neighborhood watch group to protect themselves, probably against the white men back then. And then you mentioned the Blood started out to protect themselves against the Crips because the Crips had numbers. Gangs usually start out as a measure of self-protection. That's usually how they start. They don't start out to commit crimes.
back to the point. Let's go back to the point that this man is an MS-13 gang member, bro. He's a terrorist.
I mean, I hear what you said. I wish there was. I mean, I wish he had a rap sheet or something. The guy came in the country at the age of 16 in 2011, and we're going to
He does have a rap sheet.
of what? What's on his rap sheet?
He's got a rap sheet for assaulting his girlfriend.
Oh my God, that's an allegation. Come on now. First of all, he wasn't convicted of assaulting his girlfriend. By the way, when you're talking about a gang member that's as violent as what you're suggesting, you've been in the country for how long, and that's the only thing on here is your baby mama said you hit her? That's all that's on your rap sheet? Does that even sound legit?
You know how many women are dead because they changed their story?
Oh, what are you, a cop now?
Women are dead because they said, dude, this man is a scumbag. And he belongs with everything he's got. Here's what I don't get. The liberals can't pick a good hero. They want to pick Nagione, and they want to pick Garcia, the MS-13 guys, and they want to pick this new kid that killed the white kid. You know what I mean?
Well, you guys are picking Ashley Babbitt in the J6, folks.
No. Wait, whoa, be fair. You guys picked Ashley Babbitt. We never said that. We never claimed her as a hero.
You claimed
we acknowledged her death.
No, Trump. No. Trump claimed that Ashley Babbitt was a patriot and the cop that killed her was a thug. He did do that.
She is a patriot.
Then what the hell are you talking about? You're claiming her then.
I'm not. I never said she was she's not somebody that's worshipped.
If you're making songs with these folks, to me that sounds like worshiping. You're standing up and addressing them before rallies and stuff like that. That sounds like worship to me.
I think there's a big difference between worship and recognition.
How many people get to make a song with the president?
I wish I could.
Exactly my point. That's pretty damn close to worshiping that the president was willing to go make a song with you, and also been talking about pardoning you from day one. In fact, Trump never said anything negative about what happened on January 6th. I mean, clearly he wanted to pardon them, but if you listen to Trump, they should have never did a day in jail. I mean, he makes it sound like they didn't do anything wrong at all that day.
There you go, another victim. Hold on, another victim. Mr. Black Power.
What the hell is that?
Derek Chauvin, another victim. Which, by the way, BLM sent me my Proud Boys shirt.
What? I can't. Hold on. I need to see that. Wait a minute. Put that shit back up there. I need to see that. Oh my! What does it say at the bottom? Stay. Oh my God! Oh my God! You in full gear today too, huh? Oh my God! You repping colors hard. Now that your boy done got out.
They trademarked our name for whatever reason, and they said, "Oh, we're gonna sell T-shirts, thinking we're gonna tuck our tails." Bro, we love memes.
Oh.
We're meme motherfuckers, man. I ordered this shit. The first one they sent me was a misprint. It said B instead of PB. And I was like, that's fine. I'll order a second one because I want a PB one. And I just got it.
Yeah, so you can't use the name Proud Boys because they trademarked it, right?
For commercial shit, which we don't have, I don't know the whole thing behind that. I don't
Right. But I know you lost a case to somebody. What does that say on the wall back there with the AR back there or whatever that is back there on the wall?
If you can read this, thank your teacher. If you can read it in English, thank your military.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Not exactly what I was expecting. So, but so that says stay proud, stay black. Oh my God.
Stay black, baby.
Oh my goodness. In full colors. Good to see you though, man. I do gotta move it on though. Always good to talk to you, man. Be good.
You have a wonderful weekend, brother. I want to get together. I want to talk to you again, man. I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to DM you my personal phone number because there's something I want to talk to you about professionally as far as a broadcast that I'm looking to do. And I think you might fit in pretty well with that. But we'll talk about that another time, man. Have a good Saturday.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Don't get me killed. Talk to you later. Gotta go. All right. Talk to you later. All right. I'll let him go ahead and drop it. Moving on with the program here. What does that say here? Wish you well. He looks like he can do a lot, y'all. What did you mean by that, Jay? What's up, handsome liberal? Haven't seen you in a while. We've been here, new guy. Appreciate you coming in. No, we've been here. Tell that to Sammy Sosa. Sammy Sosa damn it looks white. I had to, for you folks that are watching me on YouTube, I had to reset the live. I don't know what happened, but it froze and I could not see any of your comments. And a lot of you guys have a lot of critical shit to say about the host, and I like to read the criticism along with the very, very few compliments that come in. So I couldn't read it, so I had to reset it. Looking in the comments, I have a dinner date. I would love to get what happens. Oh my God, Arsha. Okay, coming out of Hawaii. Got a dinner date. All right, Arsha, good evening.
Hey, Tim. Oh my gosh, you look at my words. All right, hi.
I do. I read as many comments. I mean, I got 4 screens full of words coming up here, but I do.
I know you do. You got a lot of stuff coming at you. Wow, there was a lot that I need to digest right now. Can I go through some things?
Give me what you got.
First off, okay. I should have written it down on a tablet, but okay, first, we're gonna start at the top. I do not believe that we should have a secret vote in the Senate or the House because the constituents should be able to know how the people they vote in vote.
That's a good pushback.
If you're gonna be, because they're a public servant, we pay them with our tax dollars. If you are so scared, not you, if a human being in the Congress or the House or whatever is so scared to vote in their conscience because they're afraid of one man, then that should tell one, red flag. 2, if you can't put on your big boy or your big girl pants, then that might not be the job for you because you're not working for him or her.
Gangsta Grandma, I see you. Gangsta Grandma, I see you in the comments. I mean, that's a good point. I never thought about that as a pushback, Arshafan. That is a good point that the constituents should know how you vote. Yeah, that's a good point.
Public servants, we have a right to know. This is not electing the Pope, okay? This is voting in Congress, which is, we're supposed to have like a republic or a democracy, we vote these people in. So and that's what I'm going to say, if you are so afraid to vote on your conscience because of the whoever it is in power, then 1, red flag, like I said, I'm going to repeat it. Number 2, if you can't put your big boy pants or your big girl pants on, then that's not the job for you because you don't work for the king. This is not a monarchy. You work for me. We voted you in. So that's what I'm going to say. Number 2, which I've been listening to, Derek Chauvin was not a victim.
No, of course not. No. Well, wait a minute. He was a victim in prison. He was stabbed about 20 times. He was a victim in prison.
First off, well, that's it. Derek Chauvin took a human life on video.
I was told it was fentanyl. COVID.
It doesn't matter. Being what you're told, I saw what I saw and I can't unsee it.
Yeah.
So yes, he took a life, and then his life was took. Sorry about that. Sometimes that happens in prison. That's something that needs to be discussed in prison, but I don't feel sorry. Anyway, that's the thing.
Okay.
The guy who was just MAGA, whoever the
That was Gen X. That was Gen X.
Yes, Gen X. He loves me.
Why you say it like that?
I had family members that were in gangs. Crips, Bloods. First off, the Crips did not start out shit. He was saying that was the Black gang.
You breaking up.
They chose. Oh, sorry. That was not the Crips. It was the Black Panthers.
Okay.
That chose to rise up and give free food, free meals, free education, free health care. It was not a gang. Do not confuse the Crips and the Bloods with social.
How are you saying the Crips got started then?
No, he was saying that they came out as like this apparently kumbaya, my lord, I'm gonna help my. No, that was the Black Panthers. Don't get.
No, I think he's kind of right about that though. I mean, the Black Panthers, the Guardian Angels, a lot of groups started out that way.
Okay, first off, I have family that happens to get involved with gangs. There was nothing about and number two, it was usually jump-ins. That's how you got initiated. It wasn't hurting or taking a life. Can you hear me?
I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you. I hear you.
Yeah. So I mean, and as far as, because there was a lot of things I was hearing today, as far as the gentleman from who's been living here, he's married, he has a family, there actually is no evidence. Even the Supreme Court and all the courts have found that there's no evidence that he's ever committed a crime. He's never been involved with any sort of members of any sort. It's in my opinion, I mean, even the administration.
Well, let me just say this.
He mistakenly deported somebody that should not have been deported.
No, he didn't have a legal right to be in America. I don't believe he deserves to be in a maximum security prison. Hold on. He doesn't deserve to be in a maximum security prison, but he is a deportation candidate. He just doesn't supposed to be deported to El Salvador. Go ahead.
An immigration judge put in his thing, this man cannot go back because of his safety.
Cannot go back to El Salvador.
Correct.
But he could be deported.
They were getting. No. They said it was a protection thing.
Yeah, I don't think you're correct.
No. Wait. Listen. I think it's very, very humorous. Actually, it's actually frightening to me how a man can get accidentally deported and end up in a prison. Marco Rubio, the Trump administration, can be on TV saying, you know what? Yes, we fucked up. Because they said that. They said that for an entire 2 weeks.
Okay.
But now they changed the narrative, and all of a sudden, the truth is a lie. That is terrifying as a human being in this country.
But that is Trump's right. We may not agree with it, but like what Trump did with the asylum seekers, he had a legal right to change their status to make the path to seeking asylum harder or impossible for them. What he did there was breaking no laws, and he had a legal right to deport Abrego Garcia. He just had a judge say you can't deport him to El Salvador. But he did have a legal right to deport
not
this.
deport him at all.
I haven't seen that.
Wait, because this administration is so full of shock and awe that we forget. I just want to go back into reality for a second. I want everybody to understand. I don't know what day we are in the administration, but is there still a war in Ukraine and Russia?
I don't think they care about that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody ran on I'm going to end it before I'm inaugurated. Anyway, so we're going to just not care about that.
Yeah, pretty much. But you are right about that. Yeah, that's pretty much how it went.
Number two, groceries are going to go down. Now, all of a sudden, we have a man that says groceries and the word is outdated, which he said in October that he made the word. Okay, so now...
Yeah, I mean, he's a special kind of guy. And real quick in the comments, you breaking up again. Go ahead.
Sorry, I had a phone call. It's the most asinine that I've ever heard of, that you just are going to suck the nipple, or the teat, as we will say, sucking the teat of the king, when you know damn well he's fucking lying.
His supporters think he's a hell of...
Get it.
Because they believe he's a hell of a lot better than Kamala Harris would have been. That's why.
Well, I want them to look at their bank account. I want them to look at their apparently outdated word groceries. I want them to look at... Listen, if you can be a U.S. citizen, which just happened last week, a U.S. citizen with a birth certificate, and be on a deportation plane, and the courts had to come and save your ass with your parents, this is a very terrifying time.
I gotta admit, some of the things Trump say are very conservative. Certainly, he's talking about sending...
It's not what he's saying, it's what's happening.
Well,
An actual United States citizen born was almost on a fucking plane somewhere. He's a young person, so he didn't have all the documentation. Because I'm sorry, Tim, do you walk around with your birth certificate?
No.
Did you ever think you had to?
No.
You think you should now?
Hopefully they stop it, but you might have to. And then again, if you show them, they may not believe it's real.
I mean, you look Haitian. I look all kinds of things. People are like, speak Spanish? Are you Puerto Rican? This is not. We're living in a very you and I have talked about this, and a lot of people are like, oh, they're just making, being dramatic and make a fear factor.
Okay, you must be breaking up again there.
Sorry, it was a phone call. My husband's trying to call me.
Okay.
I'm having a dinner. I told you I had a dinner date.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and move it on and let you do what you got to do.
What I'm saying is, Tim, have a copy of your birth certificate. Make sure you have a little bit of blood on you, because I would hate ICE to stop you and send you back to Haiti, which you've never been to.
You think that's possible?
It's happening.
In my opinion, who knows if they'll even believe that the birth certificate you have on you is authentic?
Well, and that's why the family went to a judge, and the judge was like, this is authentic, and let this boy go free. He was 17, a kid.
Well, fortunately, he got a chance to go before a judge to begin with, though. That's the problem. You may not get a chance to go before a judge. Some cop may say, this is fake, it's fraudulent, and I'm going to confiscate this document before we deport you because you're holding a fraudulent document, and the document will suddenly disappear. I mean, you don't know if it...
Wait. Yes, correct. I have one more thing to say. When living in a dictatorship where your rights are slowly being taken away, we have had the privilege in this country to have our rights progressively getting better. But we're living in a time where there's so much shock and awe that when the smoke is coming out of the chimney, it's not barbecue.
Damn. We ain't got there yet. You're talking about Auschwitz.
I'm just talking about history of all the people in Germany and all around Europe that were like, I don't know what's going on. Nothing's happening. It's not happening to me. It's not barbecue. It was people. Okay? That's...
Enjoy your dinner. That's a hell of a thing to say. You're going in and out there, Arshafan, so I'll move it on. But that's awful. That is awful. You know, kind of wonder, though, when she mentioned that, you know, because the German people tried to suggest that they were ignorant of what was happening in those concentration camps and what that smoke consisted of. You kind of wonder about that. Did they actually know they were burning people? Looking in the comments, though, that's awful. What happened to your Bulls, man? One game they were out, Will. They couldn't handle Miami. Thought they would do better, apparently. I mean, they played, and I lost money on that game. They did really bad. Before I continue on, looking in the comments, Crips, racists will, you say Crips, says racists will talk all they can about black gangs, but won't say a thing about the Aryan Brotherhood or the European mafias. Yeah, there's probably some truth to that. I don't know a lot about them, even though I grew up around them. But because I was not in a gang, there were some gangs that were under the 5-point star, under the 6-point star in Chicago. But I didn't know a lot about gang lingo because I just wasn't in them. Major Boo says, that was me calling her. Is that right, Major? You're not her husband, are you? Major Boo, I'm going to leave that alone. Make Kamala sober again. Why? Why does it matter? She's gone. Demon rats, not Democrats, demon rats have sunk to a new low, supporting the idea of bringing an illegal alien who broke into the U.S. illegally, confirmed gang member, human smuggler with deportation order from 2019. A lot of that's inaccurate there, Ruben. Ruben Mendez. His last name is Mendez. That sounds kind of Hispanic, doesn't it? When you say he broke into the U.S. illegally, he came over here illegally at 16. I believe that is accurate. But when you say he's a confirmed gang member, that's not accurate. That is not accurate. There were some judges that said he was MS-13, and I believe there was a court that said that he was not. So I guess we just ignored the one that said he was not. So I don't think that's not totally accurate. And the human smuggler thing is 100% not accurate. He was. You guys are taking the allegations on this guy as facts. He wasn't. He was in a car with people, and they said, I believe they said they believed he was a human smuggler, or they believed he was smuggling people in the country illegally. You're going with allegations as facts. Same thing with his wife saying that he attacked her or whatever. You're taking the allegations as facts. I get it, but I'm going to say what I always say. Be consistent, because allegations have been made against Trump. You can't pick and choose when you want the allegations to be accurate. There are allegations that Trump tried to steal the 2020 election. I mean, do you not go with those? And those allegations are made with people that we know have credibility. We don't even know the people that are making the allegations against this guy, because the informant that said he was a member of MS-13, you don't know who that person even is. That person could have been trying to avoid a life sentence for murder himself and did that to help himself out. We don't know what that guy is. So you're taking allegations as fact. That's all I'm saying. Going back to the box, the only reason demotards, not retards, not Democrats, demotards. The only reason demotards are doing this is because their fan base in America has abandoned them. They need new voters who will look at them like gods. Duh. Well, first of all, you should look at them like gods. But I do agree that the Democratic Party has lost a lot of support because of some of the issues that they were back in, the social issues that were not as popular. But I'll tell you this, if you don't see that possibly happening to Trump, your eyes are closed. Just like you talk about not protecting biological women in sports, or as you're talking about illegal immigrants, or, shoving CRT or DEI or some of this other shit. What Trump is doing to innocent people and even suggesting that American criminals should be deported out of the country. I'm telling you, if you don't believe he's losing votes with that shit, then your eyes are closed. You can point to the stuff that the Democrats are doing, but trust me, the Hispanic community, remember Trump won the Hispanic male vote in November. You think that vote is still as strong now? Now that he's done a lot of things that they never imagined. You think that the Hispanic community all agree that Abrego Garcia should be down in a maximum security prison? You think that most of the Hispanic community support that? So you can talk about the Democrats losing voters. I guarantee the Hispanic voters, the Cubanos that voted for Trump down in Florida, all of a sudden TPS, temporary protected status that Biden gave them was removed on like 500,000 of them. I guarantee you he's losing votes too. You just don't see it because he's doing things you favor. False pretense, one of the 10 commands MAGA wants to display. Broken MAGA ain't shit, says Will G. False pretense, one of the 10 commands one of the 10 commandments MAGA wants to display is broken. Which one? One of the 10 commandments. I'd like to know which one. Going back to the box. Gangsta Grandma. Good evening, Gangsta. You probably is going to lose money talking.
The last time I was on, I had an emergency phone call I had to drop, okay? And the reason why I yell sometimes is because, see, my ass be doing multitasking. Unlike Jeremy or talking crap, so I had white shit on my mouth. I'm not inbred like his ass is, okay? So he needs to take his white tea ass and go somewhere and keep my name out of his mouth before I choke his ass out. You see what I'm saying?
He doesn't like some. Jeremy doesn't like some of the things. Jeremy doesn't like some of the things you say. It's, you know.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck who that white tea spoiled mayonnaise looking bitch is. Fucking wow. Who gives a fucking damn? I'm not interbred. You feel what I'm saying?
You're not.
I'm not interbred.
Interbred.
Yeah, he's interbred. His mom probably fucked his cousin.
Oh my God.
Everything else, fucking man. So you don't come for me, Pookie. I'll come for your ass, and I'll tell you ass up. I'll become a goon again. See, grandma over here, I used to be in a gang. Am I proud of it? Fuck no. But see, these little fucking munchkins that don't even know how the fuck a gang is. The Crips and the Bloods was formed by Black Panthers, okay, Pookies? Yes. MS-13 was formed in Los Angeles in the 1980s. You was right. These little motherfuckers don't know shit. See, but unfortunately, I can't drop my rag. You feel what I'm saying? I cannot drop my rag. But I'm retired. I used to be a goon in the streets, and that little motherfucker would be picking up be having a $150 across his neck. You feel what I'm saying? Fucking with me.
Damn.
Yeah. So he needs to quit fucking around with me with his interbred looking white tea ass.
Well, don't be so harsh to the guest, all right? Come on.
No, because see, I can't stand maggots. They got all the smoke, but when it comes to me, when it comes outside, bring it, bitch, bring it. And I promise you, you wouldn't like me. That's why I can't stand maggots. They all talk. I'll talk. Shit.
I don't know. I think you know, MAGA's the one that coined the phrase "fuck around and find out." I don't think they're all talk.
No, that was us that fucked around and find out. We did that.
No.
They even took woke from us. Golly, they took so much. The white team man took so much shit.
You sound like you just don't like white people.
What? How many gosh damn times I gotta tell you? I like normal white people. I do not like the maggots. See, there's a difference between normal white tea people that ride with our side, that is our allies.
Wait a minute. You said
They are the white coat motherfuckers that will stab you in the back or hang you from a you know what.
You said you don't have a problem with whites, you just like normal white people. Let's be clear. If a white person said they only like normal black people, you would think that was racist, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying, Pookie. Oh, I don't like the black maggots. What the fuck? And what? Fucking sell out raccoons? I don't like their asses neither. They sold us.
What?
They threw us underneath the bus because why? They want to get that white dangling up their ass and be a bitch to them. No, I'm not.
Okay, let's not go crazy. Let's do it this way. MAGA wants to defend the border. Trump is a lot better at defending the border than Biden was. Do you at least concede that?
Okay, if you're so Why does he have 20,000 less crossings? Why?
Why does who have 20?
Biden, Sleepy Joe, had more. He ain't doing shit, man. Damn. Why don't you guys comprehend that? You guys are some special needs children. You guys do not understand. He's not really doing shit. You know what makes him look stupid? You know, Mexico was going to bring the 10,000 military anyways. Biden asked him to do that, okay?
Boy,
Biden did that.
Gangsta Grandma, under Trump, border crossings are down like 90%. You're not giving them that credit.
No. See, let me tell you something. No, it's really not. They haven't caught all the asses. You feel what I'm saying? They haven't caught them. The crossings have, he hasn't caught that many, no, they're coming over.
You trying to tell me that under Trump, the border crossings are the same that they were under Biden?
Yeah, but they haven't caught a lot of them.
Based on what? What would make, under Biden, under,
Google, sweetheart, is free.
Yeah,
Google is free.
Now, under Trump, that border is almost dead quiet. You're not giving Trump the...
It's been dead quiet. Oh my God! See, liberal. I'm gonna tell you something. I can't stand you little dysfunctional liberals. No, it's been like that, Pookie.
No, you trying to...
Yes, it has. Have you been to the border? Have you been to the border?
No.
I know I've been to the border.
No, I have not.
Then be quiet, because you guys don't know shit about the border. Okay?
I think you just trying to avoid giving Trump the credit he deserves on border security.
No, I'm telling you, the border has been quiet. It's been quiet.
And it was...
What the fuck are you guys? Oh my God, they're ready to cross. Like, no, they're not, Pookie. They're not.
And
They've been quiet.
You're telling me the border was quiet under Biden?
Yes.
Nobody believes that.
Well, you know what? Because they're idiots and they don't comprehend shit.
Even border security disagrees with you on that.
Border security was right under fucking the Republican Party. Okay? But it's the truth, though. It was quiet. And Biden was catching them more. And guess what? Though? He's catching and releasing. Go fucking figure. But guess what? Biden wasn't. Oh, oops.
I don't. Hey, I think you must be watching MSNBC
I think
or
you should
something.
go Google shit and research it. Okay?
Look, I'm not. Listen, I'm willing to give Trump credit where credit is due, and I think you just. Because I got folks in the comments saying you got a bad case of TDS.
No, I'm telling you, he's catching and releasing. The damn reporters caught his ass. They reported it. See, that's what you are. You're so far up Mega's ass. Like you're going to the right. You're so far up Mega's ass. He's catching and releasing. Biden didn't do that.
So Trump is catching folks trying to come across the border and just releasing
Read it
them.
up.
And what was
Read it up.
okay? So what was Biden doing?
Catching and sending them back. But he was doing it in a good way. He was doing it the legal way. He was giving them process. He was giving them to get their asses, get to court, and get them out. That's what he was doing. That's what we're saying.
Okay, so
They need due process. Because let me tell you something, okay? After they get done with the Hispanic people, you don't think they're going to come for us? We're saying due process. We're saying due process. Everybody needs due process. Biden was doing it, giving a due process and getting them out.
and Trump is getting them out immediately.
Yeah, without due process.
Well,
And claiming that they're in that game, okay? But guess what? They're gonna shut my black ass too. Drummer's in the game. What are they gonna do with me?
well, there is no evidence that Trump is going to go after the black community like you're saying. What are you basing that on?
Okay, let me tell you something. We're not in the United States like we used to be in, okay? He's a fascist. What makes you think he won't come for you? He's going after the Haitians. What makes you think he won't come for you? Don't ever get so privileged that you're in the United States that they won't come for you. Get that shit twisted.
So, in what manner do you see? Do you?
Oh my God, you become for real. Are you so far making that you don't think they won't turn on you? Oh, honey.
No.
Oh, they'll throw you underneath the bus and some.
I'm just asking you. In what manner do you foresee Trump possibly coming after the black community? In what way?
Oh my fucking god! Oh my god! You're drinking the white man's Kool-Aid. It's not even fucking sweet.
No. I'm just asking you a question.
Well, why do you think they're coming after the Hispanics? You know, Mexicans was here before the white man was. The only two people was here before anybody else was the Mexicans and the Native Americans. They're going after the Mexicans. Okay? They are. They're going after the Mexicans. The Mexicans, my brothers and sisters, they was here. Yes. California was Mexico. Utah was Mexico. New Mexico was New Mexico. Texas was Mexico. Yes. Yes.
But what I'm saying is, what has Trump done to make you think that he may go after people of black
taking
people?
Black history out. They're taking black history out. They don't want critical thinking. Oh, fucking forbid somebody gets critical thinking in their fucking social, whatever you want to call it, social studies. You know what I mean? God forbid they do that to you, huh? Get you critical thinking. The white man gives you some critical thinking. But you know what? They don't want to do that. They're taking out black history. They don't want you having black history no more. They don't want us having Women's Month. So, and what? The child segregation's coming back. And what? They're not coming for us?
Okay.
And what? Jacob, see, Tim, you're drinking the white Kool-Aid. Is it sweet enough for you, sweetheart? Is it sweet enough for you?
It's different between, okay, he is doing things in terms of black history.
Central Park 5, that's that one girl, Central Park 5. All this shit he's doing, he don't like us, Pookie, Ray, all the black maggots. He don't like their asses. He don't like the Mexican, brown maggots. No, he uses it for their votes. Now that's turning on their asses. Good for fucking whoop-de-fucking do. Mm-hmm.
Now, see in the comments, Will said, talking about bearing false witness, he says, you shall not give false testimony. This commandment is about telling the truth and avoiding spreading lies.
I am telling the truth. The white man don't want you to tell the damn truth. I am telling the damn truth.
Well, he's not talking about you. He's not talking about you.
I don't know where the fuck they're going to ship us to. I don't know where the fuck they're going to do that. But they don't want us here.
I just want to
They
make
want our history being told.
just to get clarity. You really think that as a black person, there's a possibility that Trump
They're
may?
coming for us now. Can't you motherfuckers see it? They're taking black history out of books. They're banning books. Oh my God, they banned books that was about hair. About my granddaughter has that book. I like my own hair. I like my hair, something like that. They banned that book out of the damn library.
That ain't what I'm talking about, Gangsta Grandma. You're saying that as a black person, you really believe there's a possibility that Trump may ship blacks out of the country? Blacks that were born in America. You believe that?
You know what? They can find any fucking excuse. Listen and listen closely. They can find any excuse that, okay, so say I was a Crip, right? And I pewed up somebody, okay? I lied somebody. God forbid, I did not do that, okay? But I did it, okay? They'll send my ad to that little island, that little El Salvador. Yeah. Homegrown, bitch. You're homegrown.
Let me ask this question. No, hold on. I want to ask this to everybody tuned in, because there's people who believe in there, people who think you're just off your fucking rocker. By way of yes or no, hold on. By way of
it happened in Germany. People thought it wasn't going to happen to their sorry asses, and guess what happened to their sorry asses? Oops. They sat back and watched. They sat back and said, oh, this never going to happen to me. It's never going to happen to me. And guess what happened to them?
Okay. By way of yes or no in the comments, folks, I'm just curious. How many of you folks, by way of yes or no, think that there's a possibility that Trump could try to ship blacks that were born in this country, ancestry and all of that, like myself? I got probably 7 generations before me. How many of you folks believe that there's a possibility that Trump could try to literally go after that group and ship them out of the country? Not to mention...
He said homegrown. He said he wants homegrown over there too. He can make up any fucking reason to get us out. Any reason. He did it to that kid. He's not even in MS. You know what? He's not even in it. He doesn't have it like that. You don't think they won't do it? Are you that damn gullible of a black man? Then, honey, more power to you. Salute. Don't be that damn gullible. The white man don't like us that fucking much.
There's a lot of white people that like blacks, gangster.
Yeah, they like the nigga like the white women do. That's what they have. You know what I mean? Hallelujah. I love my black men too. Go figure. But let me tell you, when he said homegrown, he wasn't talking about the white tea man. Because you notice the white tea man ain't going nowhere, are they? No, honey.
I would.
Where's all the outrage? Where's all the outrage when that Somali kid that shot up the college of Florida? Where's all the outrage at? Where is it? Where's all that outrage? There's no outrage. The president hasn't even talked about it. Oh, but forbid that black kid got bullied, and stuck it to him, a white kid. Oh, there's all that outrage. Go fucking figure, right? Go figure.
All right, gangster. I gotta move it on, but I see somebody put in the comments El Salvador.
You need, honest to God, you really do need to stop thinking that your ass is not touchable. That's what happened in Germany. They thought they wasn't touchable, and they was touchable. And so doing it to the Hispanic community, don't think you're not privileged. Don't think you're privileged. On some real shit, don't think it.
All right. Appreciate you coming through.
Homegrown, like you said, homegrown.
Take care of that dog in the background. Take care of that dog. Now, I will say this, and I see in the comments, Master Street Teacher said, listen to this woman. You know, the idea of just rounding up blacks that have been living in the country for years and sending them out sounds harsh to believe. But I will say she made one point that is undeniable, and that is the fact that Trump used the word homegrown. He did use the word sending homegrown people out of the country. And that's where the possibility comes into play. Because if you can convince people that the person that you're shipping to El Salvador is a homegrown criminal, I mean, remember, we're deeming the MS-13 and Trinidad Uruguay now as a terrorist outfit. I don't think it would be that hard to convince people to deem the Crips and Bloods as a terrorist outfit. I mean, they've committed, chances are, probably those gangs have probably committed more crimes in America than MS-13 because the numbers are bigger and they've been here longer. So that from that aspect, I would say what she says resonates. From that aspect, if you can convince people that members of, let's take somebody like, I'll give you somebody everybody knows, Lil Wayne. I think we all know the rapper Lil Wayne. Just in case you don't, I'm curious. I want to see if I can, because it's the reason why I'm bringing him up is the face tattoos. I'm bringing up Lil Wayne because of the face tattoos. Now, he has teardrops, by the way. He does have teardrops on his face. I'm trying to see if I can bring up a bigger picture of him, but he's an African American. There was a picture of him there. Obviously, everybody knows he's a black man, but he does have what looks like, oh shit, he has like what looks like 3 teardrops coming out of his right eye. Point I'm making is if this guy was just a regular dude that nobody knew, how hard would it be to convince folks that he was in a violent street gang and he needed to go? I don't think it would be very hard to get rid of this guy at all. The same folks that favor getting rid of MS-13 because of tattoos, if he was a regular dude tatted up like this, he could go. So I do understand what my last caller was saying from that aspect. I do understand that. The teardrops, people allege, they state that the teardrops mean you've taken a life. I've never heard that Lil Wayne is responsible for taking life, because he got with the Hot Boys and started rapping at the age of 14. So he started making money in the music industry pretty damn young. That's not to say he didn't take a life before the age of 14, but I mean, he was making big money pretty young on. But and I see in the comments, Chris says, teardrop could mean anything to anyone. 10,000 different meanings. I'm not arguing with that. But here's the problem. When you don't have due process, the teardrop means whatever the cop or the immigration official grabbing you thinks it means. That's what it means. Just like when they grabbed Albrego Garcia, they came up with an analysis of what his tattoos meant, and that's what they went with. When you don't have due process, you can't have the jury look at what you're telling them your tattoos mean versus what the prosecutor is saying, and the jury decides. When you don't have due process, the officer, law enforcement officer, is going to make a decision, and he's going to go with that decision. But I'm telling you, Lil Wayne, with that on his face, would be gone. Period. I don't think there would be any issue convincing people that he was part of a violent gang. I tell you one thing, anybody with face tattoos, I don't care what you got on your face, because it's such a controversial place, face and neck tattoos, at this point, particularly if you're brown, just not safe. It's just not safe at this point. If you got a face or a neck tattoo and you're brown, you can get it. I'm just going to say that you can get it. You can get grabbed up, and it is what it is. They can also easily say you had a history when you didn't. Yeah, that's what I said. If they grabbed Lil Wayne and said he was a member of a violent street gang and he had whatever history they want to attribute to him, such as with 3 teardrops on his eye, they could just attribute that he's obviously taken some lives. I think there's a large portion of America that would not question that analysis. They would not question it. They would go with that. What about the guy, what is the other guy that sings the song I'm Not Okay? I think his name is Jelly Roll. Doesn't he have tattoos like that? I think he also had, anyone that has tattoos on their face, it could be subject to what Albrego Garcia went through. I think just about anybody, if they don't give you due process, anybody with tattoos on their face. I see in the comments, J-Boy said, but he's white. That might help. That might help. We're not saying this is going to happen to the Aryan Brotherhood or somebody, but right now it's predominantly brown, but it could spread to black, as my last caller said. But yeah, if you got tattoos on the face or on the neck, man, it's not a good time for you right now. He tried to undo the 14th Amendment, which by what he said is the amendment that gave blacks freedom and citizenship. If that goes down, it's up. I haven't heard that, Will. He's saying that Trump is trying to undo the 14th Amendment. On what? Oh wait, you're talking about the birthright citizenship amendment. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, Birdman is another one. Yeah, Birdman is another one that got tattoos in his head and shit like that. Any of those folks. And by the way, understand, a lot of folks, when they ran, you got guys out here that are 70 and 80 years old, they got tattoos from back when they used to run the street back in the day. And they certainly are not in the street now. The problem with tattoos is they are permanent unless you have them removed. So you could have a tattoo put on you when you're out running the street, and your life could be clean on the straight and narrow for the last decade or more. If they grab you, they see tattoo and they believe that that is current. And they run with that, which is what I asked one of my viewers earlier. I was like, just because a guy got tattoos, is it not possible that maybe he cleaned his life up? It's not even taken into consideration. I mean, Albrego was 30 years old. He's been in the country since 2011. He was 16. He's been in the country 14 years. And he does not have any significant criminal history. I mean, he was accused of domestic violence. He was accused of potentially human trafficking, I think they said, or something like that. But he wasn't charged with any of this stuff. For somebody that's been in the country for 14 years and they're a member of a violent street gang, not have any actual, not even charges. We're not talking about convictions. He don't even have charges. It does seem very unlikely that an illegal immigrant came to this country 14 years ago at the ripe age of doing all of the dirt gangbangers normally do. He came in when he was 16 and he escaped without any charges. We're not talking convictions. He wasn't even charged with a crime. That doesn't seem right for somebody that's supposed to be as violent as the Trump administration is suggesting he is. It just doesn't seem right. Now they blurring the lines on Lil Wayne because he is a Trumper. I'm not looking in the comments to see that, Will. He's saying that because Lil Wayne has actually favored Trump. Trump gave Lil Wayne a gun charge pardon. He said that MAGA's in the comments kind of defending Lil Wayne. What about the other guy, Post Malone? I think he's another one. There's a lot of rappers that got face tattoos, but under the Trump administration, we can talk about blacks, but certainly Hispanics. It is not advisable to get a face tattoo. It's not advisable really to get a tattoo at all. I think Kendrick Lamar, are you thinking about him? Also, that gangster grandma, not like us. You say gangster grandma, not like us, huh? I don't know. Kendrick, no, not necessarily Kendrick Lamar. I'll tell you something like 50 Cent. 50 Cent, the rapper, is another one. That if he lifted up his shirt, he got tattoos all over his body. Obviously, 50 Cent ain't on the street no more. But doesn't matter. He got the tattoos on you. 50 Cent would probably qualify because he got so many tattoos on him. Yes, the 13th and the 14th Amendment made us free, but also allows children of immigrants born on U.S. soil to be citizens, but Trump wants to undo it for the life. I think that's coming up, where he has to try to present that case to the Supreme Court why birthright citizenship should go away. I was going to tell you, that's why when folks suggest that the Democrats are not going to be winning elections anytime soon, they're going to win the Hispanic vote for a long time. I think what Trump has done with the Hispanic vote, I think what he's done with the Hispanic community is probably going to cost him votes for a long time. We'll see, though. Toothpick. In birthright citizenship, says Basketball Jones. Well, he's trying. He's trying. Toothpick, good evening.
I'm here.
I appreciate you holding
Sorry.
on. Hey, thank you for holding on. So, removing people based on tattoos. Yeah, big dog. Thank you. Removing people based on tattoos. Do you agree with that? You think that should even count?
Are you going to remove the, those like white people that have tattoos that have like tattoos of like the Indian dream catcher stuff? Are they going after them? No.
But you don't have dream catcher. There's no gang that wears dream catcher tattoos, is what they would say.
Okay, but if they wanted to, they could make it that way.
Yeah, they could. I don't, to be honest with you, I don't think it's going to pertain to many white gangs at all anyway.
Exactly. There it is. There's the thing. They're just finding pretexts that are palatable to the favored class to be able to kick the people that they don't like out. Because not only do they want to be racist, but they don't want to be accountable to be racist. They don't want to have to look in the mirror. And that's all it is.
So racism by another name.
Yeah, and it's always been that. It's always been that. During the Civil War in the 1800s, after Reconstruction, during that time and during Reconstruction, what was the South's excuse? Oh, this is gonna collapse the economy. Okay, so then why don't you go work the fields then? During the 1960s, right? During the Civil Rights Movement. Oh, they should just be grateful. It's like, hey, well then, how about you go live in marginalized areas in the quote-unquote inner cities? And now it's like, oh, well, they were criminals. Oh, okay, so then where's the proof? Yeah. Look how much they had to comb through his record to find not even a charge, just an accusation that then was dropped, right? For them to be able to sort of find a pretext. If they had proof, they'd be plastering it everywhere. Look how every single time they try to talk about quote-unquote Hispanic crime, they always mention Laken Riley. Look how they do that. Why would they not be doing it with this if he had proof? Yeah. Same thing with the other Venezuelans and with that other gay Venezuelan that was also sent out. It's like, oh, what about that? It's always a pretext.
Yeah. In the gay Venezuelan case seems even more egregious. The guy's crying out for his mother and shit like that. I mean, exactly. A gay hairdresser, like.
And I mean, I'm telling you right now. I am more scared of a white nationalist, sort of a skinhead, than an esthetician. Right? Estheticians are not here like taking people out, right? So, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't, but there's a lot of Americans that favor this stuff, and they're not all white, though. There's a lot of Americans, I mean, I get black MAGA, I go to some of their live streams and they favor the deportations too. So there is a lot of black people that think what Trump is doing is the right thing for this country, though.
Yeah, I agree, and I can't really talk about the black community, but I can talk to you about the Hispanic community, especially Salvadorans themselves. Being that I'm Salvadoran, we actually had a conversation yesterday.
Right.
So
how does your community, because you're El Salvador, for folks who are like you who have a legal right to vote and that live in this country, how are they on Trump? Because did they support him this time over Kamala Harris?
It was split, but the older generation, it was probably 60-40 that they supported him. But younger people and people born here, that actually fucking learned about Nazi Germany was like, yeah, this guy is from the start, from the jump. Like, we know that this guy is full of baloney. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it's also a generational thing and this is also what I wanted to get into, and I wanted.
So what you're saying though, if the older community 60-40 voted for Trump and it was 50-50 with the younger community, and that means he won the El Salvadoran vote too.
No,
hey,
majority of younger people supported.
Hold on, say that again.
Majority younger people supported Kamala. There's very few people in my demographic that actually supported Trump.
Yeah, but the younger people don't vote as steady or consistently as the older generation.
That's true, and a lot of them also that were voting in the older generation were actually naturalized. They weren't born here. But there's a reason for that, though. And there's something I also wanted to point out that's similar to with Venezuelans, with Cubans, I think with even Nicaraguans, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but even with Vietnamese people. And that it seems that when people are born or grow up in authoritarian governments, right, they seem to kind of want to miss that. Because if you notice, like Cubans, Venezuelans, there's a big part of them that obviously support Trump, right? And where do they come from? They came from dictatorships, right? Same thing with Vietnamese people, from my understanding. And again, correct me if I'm wrong. From my understanding, amongst the Asian community, they're the biggest ones that have, they show lots of support for Trump. Yeah. And the same thing with El Salvador, because remember, El Salvador, from most of its history since I think 1821, they've been under dictatorship after dictatorship, right? And it wasn't until the 80s that there was finally a civil war, right? And that's
the guy they have in there now is a dictator, though, right?
Exactly, but the thing is, they're seeing it from the El Salvador side, and from the El Salvador side, it looks like other than him doing this nonsense, he cleaned up the gangs. So for them, that's their attitude towards it. But the people who have one leg in American culture and who have one leg in Salvadoran culture, some of them kind of see that, hey, this guy being next to Trump is not good. You know what I mean? So there's lots of people that don't want to divorce themselves from the clean-cut, heroic image that Bukele fostered during the beginning of his first term.
Do you think the next election, I guess we could even say the midterms, but certainly the next national election, do you think the Hispanic vote will shift at all? I mean, obviously there's a lot of Hispanics that voted for Trump, voted Republican, voted against the Democrats, whether it's transgender shit or whatever the case may be. They didn't want to vote for liberals. Do you see any shift in that now that we've had, now that we will have had a few years of Trump?
I'll say this much, like MAGA, no matter which race of MAGA you are, you're MAGA, you're gone already, all right? So you're going to follow him into the volcano. But I'll say this much, the people who are negatively affected by the terrorists and by everything going on, and by realizing that their tia could be deported because she has no papers, those people are probably going to think twice. But the people who pretty much continue to business as usual probably won't really care that much. But again, I will say that this has, if the younger ones weren't as activated, they probably are now, and especially Salvadorans, because they see, the change in Bukele. And I'm seeing it a lot on TikTok. Lots of more younger Salvadoran creators that were born here or that came here and basically grew up here are coming out and being like, hey, what the hell's wrong with you? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's an interesting thing, but I don't really see him losing. I don't know. I don't.
That's
really see
amazing.
that much
That's not what I would expected you to say. That's amazing that you don't really see him losing that many votes like that. And in the comments, I see Tom and Jerry love the cartoon says, "Why are you worried about what the Hispanics would do? Black people are always worried about someone." Yeah, because blacks are the smallest group of people. They can't do that shit on their own. So if blacks want the country to be liberal or want the country to be Republican, they need some of those other groups. They have to worry about those other. When you're only 13% of the population, worrying about only yourself is not enough. That's why they worried about what other people would do. But I appreciate the comment. But yeah, so I'm amazed that you would say that. So you don't think you think there's still a large contingent of Hispanics that certainly would not be affected by this?
It's just the thing is the attitude is a sort of long-standing history of them trying to sort of ascend in the sort of socioeconomic ladder, because a lot of Salvadorans view getting your American citizenship as stepping up, and they view marrying a white person, right, or an American as stepping up. So a lot of those people are still operating under that attitude. And it's usually the ones that are still very connected to Salvadoran culture or look indigenous like me, that are brown, that are tan skin and everything, that kind of like aren't falling for it. You know what I mean? It's the sort of light skinned, the ones that were doing pretty well back in, and I'm sorry for my fire alarm, but the ones that were doing well back in the old country, that kind of are still, they're trying to sip the Kool-Aid. And, they're trying to sort of convince themselves that things are okay. But I know some of them are kind of seeing like cracks. You know what I mean? But again, I will say this. If I do kind of see the tides turning, and it's crazy to see how much has changed between yesterday and today with Kilmore. Mm-hmm. But I don't think the Hispanic vote alone would be a linchpin for any real sort of sway. I think there needs to be a sort of collective action amongst like people of color, and then just like
what about the other? Okay, now you being of El Salvadorian ancestry, what about the other countries? How are they viewing what is his name? What is the name of the president of El Salvador?
Nayib Bukele.
Bukele. Okay, how does the other countries, Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, all these other countries that are down there, how do they view that? I mean, he cleaned up the streets, it sounds like, but let's be for real. In the process of cleaning up all the gangs, he essentially took away all the rights of the people. He can stop and frisk, they can come to your house, they can do all of that. How does the Hispanic community throughout all of the other Latin America view this guy?
So at the beginning, when he first won, and up until before this nonsense with Trump, he was basically the golden child of like Latin America, and everybody else viewed like him as a beacon of like potential progress coming to Latin America. And especially like I think Honduras and Guatemala, they tried modeling some of their hard line, because remember, the gang problem in El Salvador is all but gone, but in Guatemala and in Nicaragua and in Honduras, that's still a huge problem. There's still a big gang problem.
How scale of 1 to 10, 10 being you could barely come out of your house. How bad was the gang problem in El Salvador before this guy?
Like it's tiered between like a 7 and 8, especially in the capital. But where I lived, because it's in the east and it's considered like the countryside, not as much. But there were people in my neighborhood over there that chatter was going around that they were part of a gang. And in fact, I have a nephew who's in jail right now because he was also kind of associated with them.
So it was a really bad problem there.
It was a very bad problem. It very much was. So seeing these people like with the 18 tattooed on their face, and then seeing, with all the tattoos and everything, get pulled out of wells and get pulled from under mattresses was like imagine like people on the left watching Trump getting marched into a prison. It was like a wet dream come true, watching all these people, like all these gang members who ran the streets scared, being pulled out like rats from in between alleys and everything. So Nayib looked like a hero, and he and like the rest of Latin America loved him right? And in fact, there were programs, especially during the pandemic, that Nayib sent out vaccines to Honduras to help inoculate some of the neighboring areas along the border. And then there were also other, I forgot what other, but there were other programs that he also sent over resources to Guatemala. So all the other countries really loved him. And I think that's why a lot of these countries are kind of trying to sort of toe the line and sort of stay quiet about his involvement with the United States, because there's still lots of international sort of commitments and sort of arrangements.
So he's actually kind of a hero then. So the people that he put in, all of these gang members, he's pulling out of whales and from under mattresses and shit. Are their lives essentially over? I mean, are they going to be put in for prison for the rest of their life?
Let me tell you, man. Have you seen any of the propaganda videos that they put out? Have you seen any of them?
No.
If you go to his page on TikTok, you'll see a lot of like the propaganda videos that they put out. How they have like the prisons, how they're set up.
Go to whose page? Go to whose page?
Nayib Bukele's page. He has a TikTok page.
Oh my God! He has a page.
He's an influencer, man. He's an influencer. I'm telling you. Look him up. Trust me. You'll see all that there. And me, obviously, because like I'm on Salvadoran Talk, I saw all that. And every single time they would catch a new gang member, they were like they would be like, oh, update, new latest update, and then they would give a sort of this guy, skinny, caught in this town, and finally he won't be able to terrorize people anymore. And then they would show the dude like emaciated, like all like handcuffed, with like standing next to two police officers with huge machine guns and everything. And they show you there's lots of Spanish. And if you'd like, I can share that with you. Like there's like Mexican YouTubers that went over to the SCOT, and obviously the SCOT that they let you see. You know what I mean? And they would show you their schedule and how they would let the gang members, how basically the gang members' itinerary throughout the day, how they controlled them and everything.
Now I'm hearing that hundreds of folks in that facility have died. There's torture. There's beatings. Do you believe any of that's taking place?
Well, I can only go by what I've seen, but like, again, and also another aspect of it is also that the police over there, obviously we have problems here in the U.S. with police brutality, right?
Right.
But I feel like the standard of policing here is a lot higher than in other countries. And over there, a lot of the police sometimes, just like how you were saying earlier, somebody like Lil Wayne that they see with tattoos, that he wasn't famous, he would get stopped, and a lot of that does happen over there in El Salvador. So I wouldn't be surprised that people that had nothing to do with gangs may have got caught up in the dragnet and are just like sitting in that prison, and they probably never even met a gang member until they were there.
Yeah, and I watched one of the specials on YouTube today where a woman did get some access into that prison, and that was when one of the guys yelled out. He was like, he's like, there's a lot of innocent people in there. He said, I don't have anything to do with gangs at all. And he was behind the bars. He was like, in Spanish, he was saying that. It's like, he said, I have nothing to do with any gang. And he said, there's a lot of innocent people in here. So,
yeah.
And I saw how they were stopping people on that video where they were riding around in a pickup, multiple armed men. And if they see you just sitting up against your house or something, they would jump off to stop the car and jump off and come up to you with long rifles asking you to pull up your shirt, looking for tattoos and things like that. Not doing anything wrong, just sitting there. And they're calling you suspicious, like he ain't doing. And if you got tattoos or something, or you are deemed a gang member, they haul you off. Like this guy wasn't doing nothing wrong at all.
Two things I wanted to add that they implemented in that. Well, three things actually, because when I was there in 2023, I was on the bus from the town to my village where I live, right? And I noticed that all the children had to have see-through book bags, right? All the school children had to have like middle school age kids. They all had to have book bags that were see-through, and I found that fascinating because all the times I was there before, they never had to have that. So that was one thing I noticed. Another thing, and this was because I saw it in the news. There was a hotline that you could call that they would tell you that if you suspected somebody of being a gang member, you could call that anonymous tip line, and then they would follow up. Right, so there was that, and then the other thing that I wanted to mention was that it was deemed illegal for like 4 or 5 more people to be together in a group, And if that were the case, you would be getting approached by the police. But again, the reason why, and I'm not defending this by any stretch, right? But the reason why it didn't seem to get the reaction like here in America is because here in America, we've had a tradition of, no, we're not going to be told what to do. But also in El Salvador, remember, these people lived under straight dictatorship where people came into villages, especially during the Civil War. They would come into villages like Genghis Khan style, burn the village down, kill the children, rape the women. So this feels like a step down to them. You know what I mean?
And that's what I said about Trump and the whole China tariff war is that people living under a dictatorship do not have any type of way to hold their leaders accountable like we do, and because people think that Trump is going to win the tariff war with China, and it's like what you're talking about. You know, people in America are used to having some form of freedom and some form of ability to push back. They don't have that in China. So, you know, if Xi Jinping says, I don't want to cave to Trump on the tariff war, we're going to suffer until he caves, then that's what's going to happen. I mean, the people don't have any say-so, kind of like what you're talking about. But I got to move it on to a very interesting conversation. Send me that. I can't believe the guy's an influencer. Send it me. But it kind of reminds me of Sheriff Grady Judd down in Florida who does videos when he arrests people. Sounds something like that. But send me what you got. I would love to see that.
You were the superstar. I'll get that to you. But it was an absolute pleasure. And anytime that you want me to sort of, I'm not a reporter. I'm not sort of anybody of authority on this, but I can give you a perspective on El Salvador in any other occasion that you'd like. I'd be more than happy to.
And you last were down there in what, 23 you said?
In 2023, yeah.
And how long was the gap? When you went in 2023, how long had it been since you went there before then?
In 2018.
Did you know what was it? Did it feel more peaceful and all of that?
So I saw in a lot of videos people being out in the streets at like 12 in the morning where they weren't able to. And then when I would go to San Salvador, like there was police everywhere, and you know, they were nice. There were military everywhere, and you know, it didn't feel oppressive. It felt like, you know, you felt secure or you felt safe, and it felt like a lot more peaceful, and people just seemed a lot more nice. And then even my relatives, they were like, yeah, everything, I feel a lot more safe and everything. But in terms of like the economy, obviously that didn't really change much because the majority of their manpower and resources was devoted to, you know, cracking down on the gangs.
Damn.
But yeah, there was a palpable difference. There was.
All right, good conversation, man. Thanks for coming through.
Absolutely, buddy. Have a good one.
You too. That was really good. In the comments, real quick, somebody asked me because we were talking about. This is a follow-up. I saved this comment because I wanted to respond to it. This came in about 10 minutes ago. In regards to the notion, somebody asked, why does African Americans concern themselves with how other people vote? And I talked about because they're a small minority of the community, and they have to pay attention to how others vote because African Americans by themselves, as a voting bloc, can't really do anything. You're only 13-14% of the population. In the comments, Apple Pie 4.0 says only 13% of the population, but why do they create more problems than the population? Now, I don't understand what you mean when you say African Americans create more problems. I'm assuming you're probably talking about crime. I'd have to have you clarify what do you mean by problems, but I'll just tell you right off the bat, when it comes to crime, the way policing is done and things like that has a lot to do with that. I mean, you know, there's been many studies to suggest that if you're an African American and you commit a crime, the treatment is going to be different. Like, for instance, death row. The amount of African Americans on death row is way more than 13% of the population. For some reason, if you take someone's life as an African American, there's more of a chance you're going to go on death row than a white person. There's plenty of white murderers. Why the hell is the African American community representing that many of them? Well, the punishments are different. Also, too, we know our criminal justice system, money has a lot to do with it. I mean, like this guy we're talking about now, Carmelo Anthony. The only reason this guy is out of jail on bail is because he had access, you know, money. His family had money, and plus he got a lot in donations from folks. Otherwise, he would be sitting in jail. And that plays a part in regards to African Americans. The African American community does not have a lot of money, so they're going to get public defenders and poor legal, legal counsel, legal representation is what I'm looking for. Poor lawyering can have you in prison for something that may have gotten you parole, a fine, or maybe you could even won the case, but you didn't have much money. So all of that hurts the African American community. I'm not saying the African American community don't commit crimes. Plenty of crimes committed in that community. But studies have shown that whites do drugs just as much as blacks do. Whites like to get high. During the marijuana era when it was illegal, it's starting to legalize marijuana now, but there was no shortage of white marijuana smokers. But when you look at how many people are in prison for marijuana, it was mostly black. A lot of that has to do with the fact that there's just more cops policing blacks. Racial profiling is something that does not affect whites as much as blacks. And when I'm talking about racial profiling, let's say for instance, I do have an 8-ball of speed in my pocket and you're white and you have one. Well, if they profile me and they don't profile you, that doesn't mean you didn't commit a crime. You just didn't get caught. So the over-policing in the African-American community has a lot to do with it as well. There's a lot more to it than just blacks are committing all these crimes, that's why they're in there. The system has a lot to do with that. And there's some of the things that I just gave you. But even when it comes to being in front of a judge, the sentence handed out is known to be harsher to people of color. Look, you're going to treat people that look like you different than you might somebody that look like somebody else. And I mean, that's what anybody, that ain't something just a white person would do. Even a black person might look at a black judge might look at a black defendant with a little bit more leniency because this could be, as Obama said about Trayvon Martin, this could be my son. Well, considering that most of the judges are white, they're going to probably look at more white people with a little bit more sympathy than somebody looking like Lil Wayne, for instance, as I pointed out. Stuff like that. So there's a lot more to it than just they just committing a bunch of crimes. We just don't want to give any of that shit credit. Never personally seen a clear backpack. Doesn't mean there aren't any, but it's not like it's popular here. I don't know where you at there, DSW, because we do have them here. We do have schools that require, there's lots of places that you are required to have that so they can see right through it. Yeah, they do. It's basically just thick plastic in the shape of a backpack. Illegals get more edge over everyone. I live in the hood. My black friends say the same. Really? I'd like to know. Well, something. It's hard to say on that because only recently would Greg Abbott of Texas, Governor Greg Abbott, busing all those migrants to the hood areas. And so you said they get more. I'd have to know. With Trump removing black accolades, he wouldn't care for free black citizens either. So undo the whole 14th Amendment. That shit is frightening. I'm hoping you guys are really wrong on that, suggesting that Trump wants to literally kick blacks out of the country and some crazy shit like that. They sure can send the PDF files down there. I don't know what you mean by that, Will. Real quick, I want to look at the comments before I move it on. Aaron, thank you for the support, Aaron. They almost sent the U.S. citizen and could claim internal affairs. That did almost happen. I think it was a plane. Something was wrong with the plane, so they ended up not flying. And the guy's lawyer was able to get on it, but they were about to send an American citizen to El Salvador. That just happened the other day. They were about to do that. It says they almost sent the U.S. citizen and could claim internal affairs afterwards. Imagine a Haitian gang member, the Ukrainian, Russian. You don't worry until they come after you. That is true. That is true. First watch, if you didn't hear about the story, you said stop lying. Look, that happened, okay? That story happened, so I don't know what you're trying to suggest there. Going back to the box, we'll go to King Finn. Trump loves black people. I don't.
Man,
The black people don't seem to think that. Huh?
I've been sitting here just waiting, wondering when you was gonna call my number. You probably called me earlier and I was chilling.
You was asleep. You was asleep.
Oh, knocked out, my fault.
Yeah, I actually heard the snoring.
It's all good, man. My bad. But let me just go out. This goes out the first watch, bro. Sit down. You still don't sound right. We don't trust you. You get no love. Also, free gangsta grandma, cause she down here in the pits of it all. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my
She
God.
gets mad love. Gangsta as hell, y'all better not mess with her. She an OG to the OG to the OG. You know what I'm saying? Real business.
Gangsta grandma is, yeah, she hard. Man, she hard.
Not forward like you gonna fuck with her.
Man.
She already said she put $150 on your neck.
Yes, I heard her say that. You get $150. Yeah, gangsta grandma, yeah, she hard.
$150 on your neck. Wow. No, but she was serious though. I kind of agree with what she was saying. Dude, he just went up to Congress to go get that done so he can pull anybody at any time, anywhere for anything. That's serious. After they get done deporting everybody they want, who you think they're coming after, bro? That's real business. I kind of gotta say, she ain't just pulling bullshit. She telling the truth. Cause we the next ones. Now they got job openings in Florida to pick blueberries for $11 an hour for 12 hours straight. This is on Indeed. I seen this myself.
So what do you think they're gonna do? Find bullshit ways to arrest African Americans and then make them do those jobs?
I mean, I don't know if it would be make them do those jobs, but I do know that those jobs are gonna have to be done, and those are the so-called black jobs. So it could go either way. It could get down to the black people we got left, and they could start deporting them to who knows where, to Africa, El Salvador, Greenland. I don't know. But the point of it is if he goes ahead and and SCOTUS goes in and said, yeah, you can deport anybody, anytime, anywhere for anything. What you think gonna happen? That's a wide open. They already gave him immunity. What else they gotta do?
Yeah, and I see that. Yeah, Miss Mobetta on Instagram said that it's the Supreme Court's fault that he is unhinged. Yeah, that immunity thing may not go down in history looking very well, because I don't know. Yeah.
Horrible. Not just that, all the rest of the shit. This whole thing with Garcia though, I need everybody to kind of like bag off, because this is, for me, it's kind of sickening, because how y'all mad this man? I mean, for me, he's been here for 14 years.
Yeah.
He hasn't done anything else. Nothing. He's done nothing other than come to the wrong country at the wrong time, illegally, you want to say. But he had asylum and it got denied. Okay. Well, the point of it still is he was an American citizen all the way to the
Real
end.
talk. Well, they believe, the problem is, MAGA believes the accusations against Abrego Garcia are actual facts. I mean, everything he's accused of, they believe he did it. If he did all of that stuff, yeah, he would probably be good for if he don't came to America, we let him in the country. Since he's been here, he's beaten his American wife. He's been caught in the car smuggling with folks. He's joining violent gangs. Yeah, he probably does need to be deported if all that's true.
You do realize this is from the same group that believe that a 34-count felon can be a president. How is this possible? Does that make sense to you?
Because they don't believe that's true. They believe that's fabricated. That's a witch hunt.
Because they wanted both sides, just like your boy Gen X. Your boy Gen X and Jeremy, both of them can eat a. Ooh, I'm a Easter. I'm trying to keep you.
You're going to say eat an Easter egg.
Nah, I was gonna say something way worse than that. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it humble today, because tomorrow's Easter. I'm trying to keep my
I get it.
Trying to keep my resurrection spirit. You know what I'm saying?
I get it.
But either way it go, Gen X and Jeremy, man, y'all both can find a fluffy cloud to blow away on, dog. Straight up, Gen X, dog, you wasn't in no damn gang. The only gang you was in was give me a sandwich club from your mama house. Jeremy don't believe nothing he say. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Gen X, we already know his biggest problem is he had mommy problems. You know what I'm saying? He got a problem with his moms. I don't know what it was, but whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let that be for him and his moms. And I really didn't need to see his face, because that just made it even worse. Now I know for sure after I seen his face he got mommy problems. But you know what I'm saying? It's kind of sick. And then the whole thing with Carmelo. Why are y'all mad? I don't understand why people are mad about this young brother, being able to raise money on what was it?
Well, they're mad at Carmelo because they feel confident the guy's a murderer, that he killed somebody that didn't need killing.
So is George Zimmerman.
Yeah, but this is more modern, and he's black.
No. Can't pick and choose. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. George Zimmerman raised millions of dollars after he was definitely convicted of killing that young man. Was he not?
No, George Zimmerman was, after he was accused, George Zimmerman was acquitted, but he was accused of killing him, yes.
So what, I'm confused. This young man has been accused as well. So King, let's be honest. There is a racial component here. I've said this before. If the races of these two, if the same thing happened, but the races of these two gentlemen was reversed, the folks that are talking would have the same opinion on the opposite side. Most of the blacks will be demanding that Austin Metcalf face justice, and what he did was racist as hell. And a lot of the whites will be saying that Carmelo Anthony fucked around and found out he should have never put his hands on people. That's how this would happen if the races were reversed. If the races were the same, whereas Carmelo and Austin were both black or both white, this case would have never been heard about outside of down in Dallas, whatever town that is. It would have never, Frisco. It had never been heard about. Yeah. There's another case that's out there. I forgot the young man's name. And I feel so bad that I forgot his name. It's another young man that's out there. That's some older white gentleman. I think he ran the young man down. He ran him down in a car. I think it's Georgia or North Carolina. I cannot remember the story, but I'm going to look it up. And I'll send you the info. But they're not even talking about this young man. It's sick, man. This case right here could lead to at least some small scale rioting, because folks want Carmelo to face justice. If he don't face justice, I'm not saying they're going to go Black Lives Matter crazy, but it could be something similar. I mean, there's a lot invested in this. If Carmelo Anthony walks, there's going to be some folks of the pale persuasion that are very unhappy. Oh well, shit. What do you think? Okay, Columbus, Ohio. Charleston. Do I got to keep going down the line? that young man, I mean, what happened to him? He went to Burger King after he shot 9 black people in a damn church. Don't get me started.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Let's not do that, okay? I see in the chat, Kyle Rittenhouse walked. No problem.
Well, to me, the Kyle Rittenhouse case, once you was able to get a good chance to dissect it, I mean, I know I'm going to take some flack for saying this, but they were trying to hang Kyle Rittenhouse. That man was innocent. That boy was innocent. I mean, when the first person he took out was not only chasing him, threatening to kill him, he was trying to disarm him. So Kyle Rittenhouse took him out. Then Kyle Rittenhouse is running, and you got another crowd of people chasing him. They're trying to hit him with skateboards and kick him. I mean, he shouldn't have been there. What he did was stupid. He put himself in that environment. But once he was in that environment, they clearly were trying to hurt that kid. I mean, he had to defend himself.
He had no reason to be there.
But that don't mean, I get that, but if you want to say he had no reason to be there, folks are going to suggest that Alblego Garcia and Carmelo Anthony had no reason to be where they were. That don't mean they should die.
Well, wait a minute. Ain't that the reason that Alblego Garcia was even deported, because he shouldn't have been here?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so what are we saying?
I'm saying that Kyle Rittenhouse put himself in a dangerous situation, but he didn't deserve to lose his life. I mean, look, just because you're in this situation don't mean you should just have to let people take your life. I mean, they were trying to beat the shit out of him.
I don't believe they should have just let him beat the shit out of him either, but I also don't believe he should have been a state or two away with a fully semi-automatic handgun. That's not. I'm sorry.
If he didn't have that handgun, he might. If he didn't have that weapon, he probably would have been dead. I mean, once he was in that environment, he had to defend himself. He definitely had people trying to hurt him.
The reason white people run and go get guns is because they have a false sense of security that they can spray bullets like cops can. If they was used to taking ass whoopings and giving ass whoopings like they do in the hood, them motherfuckers wouldn't go get no gun. It'd be a fist fight straight up. Stop going and get guns, put your dukes up, and live another day.
I mean, there's an argument to be made for that, but I'm just simply saying in Kyle Rittenhouse's case, he was facing great bodily harm if he didn't use that firearm. I mean, one of the guys he shot, bicep guy, was holding a firearm in his hand when he shot him. I mean, so he clearly was up against a dangerous situation. And he got lucky as hell to get out of that. I mean, he did almost really get hurt. I mean, he got lucky.
I don't feel bad for him because too much black blood, too much chocolate blood that been spilled on the ground, these hollow grounds in the United States, everywhere in every single state and city for bullshit just like that or even worse. I'm sorry, just don't. I'm sorry.
Well, I'll give you the play stupid games, win stupid prizes argument. He definitely put himself in harm's way. I'm not denying that at all. But what I'm saying is just because you put yourself in harm's way does not mean you should be entitled to be harmed. He had to do what he had to do at that point.
I mean, hell, we don't got to go back to it, but the exact same thing. A lot of people say the exact same thing about George, and I'm just like, I really don't see how y'all figured that out.
George Zimmerman?
George didn't do shit. No, George Floyd, bro.
He put himself in that environment?
There's some people out there, and I'm seeing this sickening to listen to it, that people say he put himself in that environment by taking that fake 20 up there, or he was using. How you doing? I'm good. I'm talking on the phone. Nope, I'm kind of just get some ice water. Thank you. Yeah, people say that he put himself in that situation by taking that 20 up into the store, or the fentanyl argument. Oh, he was on fentanyl. He was doing drugs all the time. He's abusive to his wife. All types of shit that they say to wash away the fact that young man was killed and possibly a little bit over his prime, but he was killed just the same.
Yeah. No, the George. What makes the George Floyd case unique is the fact that you had a trained officer with like 18, 19 years on the force or whatever it was. I mean, you're sitting on the guy's neck for 9 minutes. George Floyd ain't did nothing to deserve that. I mean, at some point, if he's not resisting anymore, you gotta get off his body. Or if he is in your hog time or something, there's no training that suggests you just sit on the guy and don't move for 9 minutes. I mean, that's just He took that guy's life. I don't think there's any other way to look at that.
Well, that's all I had to say, man. I ain't gonna get on here and act all crazy like I usually do, dog. I'm recovering. So I'll just say have a happy Easter. I know you don't exactly, celebrate it. Tell them
I'm gonna eat good. I'm gonna eat good tomorrow. I will be celebrating with some family. I'm gonna eat good. So
what you gonna have, dog? Y'all in Chicago, wait a minute. As long as you ain't finna say you finna have some chitlins, be cool.
I don't eat prime rib. I'm actually gonna have prime rib. I don't eat chitlins.
Okay, see? That's what I'm talking about. That's what get it in. That's what's up.
I ain't had chitlins since I was a kid, so prime rib.
I ain't never mind one time. There was one time they got me good. It was my uncle. I don't eat chitlins no more. I can't take the smell. I can't take none of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, happy Easter, my brother.
Same.
Talk to you another time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming through. All right, moving on to the program. Will G says false pretenses is running into Carmelo Anthony. They say the family spent the fund money on a new house and car when they didn't take a dime. We talked about that at the beginning of the program. Was that there were rumors that Carmelo Anthony's family raising nearly $500,000 was spending it on a home and a luxury SUV. I heard that they had brought like an Escalade or something like that. One of the problems is now that Zuckerberg, yet another, gazillionaire, teamed up with Trump. And Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook, once he removed the censorship on Facebook, if you use Facebook regularly, I don't know what you guys are using, but if you use Facebook regularly and you're scrolling, you probably have noticed over the last few months a lot of just dishonest articles popping up. And that's one of them that's been popping up lately is that Carmelo Anthony's family have bought a mansion and all this kind of stuff with the money. It's amazing now that Facebook decided to uncensor or Zuckerberg has decided to uncensor Facebook. It's amazing how many articles you get like that. Like Whoopi Goldberg has decided to lead the United States, that type of shit. They're just making up stuff like crazy on Facebook now. Just, if you lean right, you're going to see articles that you favor. If you lean left, they know the algorithm what to put out for you. But because I primarily speak to MAGA online as opposed to liberals, I get the MAGA stuff. And that's fine. I enjoy talking to MAGA. I debate with them and things like that. But when you're reading something that's just like a bold-faced lie. And all of these folks that are leaving the country or they decided to do this or that, like, this stuff is not true. I mean, it's amazing at how much stuff that just over the last few months, since he lifted the censorship, and how much stuff they're posting is just not true. But that's what happens when you remove censorship. People can speak and they can say, just like you probably noticed that when Elon Musk purchased Twitter and changes to X, the content on that platform is totally different than it was during the Twitter time. I mean, it's become adult. You can see people get murdered. You can see some sex now on there. And then, of course, there's a ton of conspiracies and lies on there. But that is how uncensored programming works. The brothers is speaking the truth. Get an ass whooping. Yeah, but you can't expect Kyle Rittenhouse to take an ass whooping from a whole riot. No, and not to mention, because Kyle Rittenhouse had an AR on him, you can't expect somebody to stop at an ass whooping when you got a firearm on you. I mean, they may beat your ass and just take the firearm, or they may beat your ass and use the firearm on you. Or who knows, maybe they have a firearm on them and they see you with one. I mean, it's just, once you bring a firearm to a fight, it's a fight to the death. It just is. I mean, once you bring a firearm to a fight, you turn that into what could be a deadly encounter. Which is why if you carry a firearm, you should be trying to de-escalate any conflict you're ever involved in. Because you're bringing a gun to that. If you got a firearm on you and somebody's talking shit, whether you're walking down the street, whether you're in a road rage incident or whatever, if you got a firearm on you, you should be trying to de-escalate that situation as much as possible. And I know some states have stand your ground, and some people love to fuck around and find out, or to wish a motherfucker would mindset. But even if you have a legitimate right to use your firearm in self-defense, do you want to go with what George Zimmerman or Kyle Rittenhouse went through? I mean, both of those guys spent night after night staring at the ceiling thinking they may be doing a life sentence. Kyle Rittenhouse got off, but think about all the trauma you got to go through, hoping that your life is not about to end from what you did, when you could have just de-escalated the situation and walked away from it. Not to mention, if you're not Kyle Rittenhouse and getting all kinds of money donated at you, the money you spend on your legal defense, you don't get that back. So you got involved in some kind of conflict. You carrying a firearm. You had to use it to defend yourself when you could have de-escalated. And now you got to go out and hire a defense attorney for thousands of bucks. You do not get that money back once you win that case. So you still lose. When all you had to do, sorry, man, look, it's cool, dude, whatever, and leave. That's simple. You don't have to go through this shit for 6 months or a year. People need to learn to calm down. Anyway, looking in the comments real quick. If this was a white dude, he would have never gotten bail. He would be saying, I'm laughing because this is funny. You said if Carmelo Anthony was a white dude, he would not have gotten bail and he would be sitting right away. None of this would have happened. This is racist what's going on. No. If Metcalf was white, Metcalf would have a ton of money raised for him, and Metcalf would have got bail. No way I buy that. End video games with guns. I don't see how that works. Conscious Machine 413. You're gonna tell me that violence would go away if you end video games with guns, but your mom and dad can still take you to the range and put a picture of me up on a piece of paper and you can shoot that? You can actually shoot something that looks like a human being in real life with a real gun, and you can be well underage. I mean, as long as your parents are with you at a range, you can pop off But I've seen kids as young as 5 and 6 years old firing guns. But you're gonna tell me Call of Duty is the problem? You got kids who fight real guns, so I don't think getting rid of the video games alone is going to do it. Stop with the race card shit, says Rod. This whole case is racially oriented, man. There's no other way to look at it. This whole case, if them two folks were the same race, the only reason why this whole case is in the news is because of race. So I can stop with it, but it ain't gonna stop the public from going with it. Other countries still have video games with guns. Most countries don't have guns, though. Most first world free countries, if you can afford a copy of Call of Duty for the price that costs, I think in America Call of Duty costs about $70. I used to play it when I was in Australia. You could buy it over there. Most countries where you could afford that game you don't have access to firearms. You just don't. I think also too, another issue in America, disparity between poor and rich. There's a huge wealth disparity that could piss people off. Obviously, the amount of diversity in this country. We talk about racism all the time, but fact is, most other countries on earth have not even given diversity as much of a chance as America has. Most other countries are not as diverse as America. So there's a lot more shit in this country to be angry about. We don't have entitlements, so you can fall flat on your face and be damn near completely homeless, and we'll let you be that way. We got a huge disparity between rich and poor, and then we got a whole lot of different people that have different things they agree on. You got Muslims, you got gays, you got blacks, you got whites, you got Hispanics. You don't have all of those different conflicts in other countries. And then you want to drop firearms into that mix of people. Well, some people are going to get shot. And so I think that has a lot to do with why in America you're going to have more firearm deaths than in other countries that allow firearms. Because most countries that allow firearms is one group of people. Like Canada, I think you can get somewhat of a gun, but it's mostly white people in Canada. Or it's mostly Jewish people in Israel, which you can certainly have firearms in Israel. It's mostly Jewish people. So you don't have all of the conflict like you do in America. Will says, bullshit. The only time they were yelling in video games with guns is game violence, and now a black man defending himself didn't say squat with mass shootings. Fact. That is true. That is true. I don't think we care about gun violence in America. I think we realize the more guns you put into the environment, the more likelihood somebody's going to get shot. I mean, just like with cars, the more people drive on the street, the more likely there's going to be some accidents. I mean, 350 million people, several million have cars. There's going to be accidents. There's just a lot of cars on the road. There's a lot of people with guns. I mean, can you imagine going back 40, 50 years and telling folks in America the wealth disparity is going to be bigger. The amount of diversity is going to be greater. The amount of people with mental illness is going to be significantly higher in 40 years, because 40 years ago wasn't as many people with mental illness. The amount of folks that are on mental illness drugs is going to be higher, and the amount of gun ownership in that crowd of people is also going to be higher. I think it would be predictable that people are going to be getting shot. You're telling me this group that you're portraying is going to have more guns than we do now? Yeah, it's going to be more of them going to get shot. I think that would be predictable. That in this country, and I just think we keep flooding the market with firearms. Yeah, people are going to use them to do shit they shouldn't do. My brain can't even function, says Ninja. Maybe mine cannot either. Anyway, I do appreciate the 111. Maybe it's about that time. There is so much being said that isn't true. Well, Benjamin, you can come up and show me where by the way, if you have TikTok or Instagram and you would ever talk live, feel free to come on through. It doesn't cost you a cent. We'll bring you up. You can criticize the host. You can compliment the host. It's all about free speech here. We're MAGA friendly. Nevertheless, I do at the end of the show tonight because I got to step away, but there is always an excuse. He was a loner or weird when it comes to mass shooters, but they never report anything before time. Yeah, usually. Well, I'm trying to think. I think mental illness. You know, I think the problem is we want Second Amendment rights in this country for everybody. And we want it to be, as they say, shall not be infringed upon. So people who are mentally ill, we don't favor taking guns away from them either. So you got to be pretty fucked up before we start talking about you don't have the right to own a gun anymore. You got to be pretty fucked up. And like I said, in that environment, you're probably going to have a few people getting shot. By the way, just a quick tip before we wrap this up. If you ever do have somebody in your family that's mentally ill and they're going through an episode, refrain from calling the cops. Because you could be calling your family or loved one's assassin. I mean, because if they show up and he or she is going through an episode, a lot of people have lost loved ones that way. So understand if you got a family member that is mentally ill and they're going through some sort of episode where they may get violent or they may start getting argumentative or whatever, refrain as long as you can from calling the cops on them because you may be literally calling their killer to come to the house. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I gotta step away. I appreciate you folks tuning in as always. If you enjoy this type of dialogue from outside to the owl, I implore you to follow if you're on TikTok or Instagram. If you are on YouTube, drop your boy a subscription. I will be on here tomorrow. I'll see you then. And in the comments, I do want to respond before I log out our way. Will G says gang violence, but when it's little Aaron spraying this, damn spraying, they're going to defend little Aaron at all costs, Will. I catch you tomorrow. Thank you folks for tuning in. See you tomorrow.